Are we fine with the live streamers? Are we okay at the back? Yes, thank you so much. Morning, everyone. My name is Tuzana Sopete. I am a SACE employee, and I also coordinate the program of Commonwealth of Learning. In South Africa, I'm the contact person for SACE as well as Commonwealth of Learning. I want to say and assure you that I think the room is almost full, but it's not full. I know that we are missing a lot of people that are supposed to be here, but however, we are starting with the program. Can someone just check for me outside? We are missing the person who was supposed to be opening remarks and welcome. If you can just go outside and check him. Yes, yeah. They're going to fetch him because apparently he's drinking coffee. To my streamers online people, good morning to you as well. I did not forget you. So I'm just indicating that the program is starting. This program is a very straightforward program. We do our welcoming by Ntate Mazibuko from the Department of Education, a DDG for curriculum in the Department of Education in KwaZulu-Natal. So we cannot come to a province as much as it's a national program, this program, but however, we don't alert the department in the province to say that we are going to utilize your educators as well as your space. So you need to welcome us as the South African Council for Educators, as the educators. Mr. Mazibuko, we are live streaming, so we are on YouTube, we are on TikTok, we are on Facebook, and we have a hashtag of SACE IVLST. That's our hashtag for today. So colleagues, if you can also use that. So when we talk, we are also talking to our streamers, Mr. Mazibuko. So I want a round of applause, colleagues, to welcome Mr. Mazibuko to the stage. Thank you.
Program Director, thank you very much, and a very good morning to yourself. And allow me to greet the CEO of SACE, Aus Ella. Very good morning to and all the leadership of SACE and all the colleagues that are here. I'm quite aware that we are in the midst of teachers in the main and any other stakeholder that is in the room. We are, as the Department of Education in KZN, quite thrilled that out of all the provinces, you chose KZN to host this kind of a very important event. But I was carefully aware, Program Director, that I am here only to welcome you to KZN. Quite unusual for me. I'm normally called upon to welcome, do the purpose, do a number of things. So I unfortunately today I am restricted to only say you are welcome to KZN. But it is important that while we welcome you to KZN, we equally welcome you to Durban. A very important part of our country, which is Durban, which is situated in KZN, which is rich in history, and I need to tell you about that. Durban happens to be a city which is a confluence of many cultures. When you talk about Durban, and young people that are here needs to be made aware that when you talk about the history of colonization of Africa, you will find traces of that when you come to Durban. And at a certain point, Durban was known as Port Natal because it was part of the British colony. And we also need to make people aware that when you are in Durban, it is also part of what we now affectionately call apartheid in South Africa. It was part of the Afrikaner rule in terms of our history as South Africans. And what is also important when I talk about Durban being a confluence of cultures, it is but one space, not only in KZN, but in the entire country, which has got traces of the Indian culture. When people of Indian origin descended into Africa and especially into South Africa, one of the spaces that they occupied, they came to Durban. There were a number of reasons, but one of them, when those first cohort of people of Indian origin were brought here, they were brought as farm laborers. They were meant to work in the sugarcane fields, which is found around Durban. And it is important also to note that those people, I'm talking about a specific group of people, they have grown to be business people. They are owning a large chunk of Durban. When you move around, you will find businesses that are owned by those people. But what is important for you to note is that they came here in South Africa as farm laborers. But more importantly, when you are in Durban, you must not forget the Zulu culture. This is but one seat of what we affectionately called the Zulu kingdom. When you talk about King Shaga's grave is not very far from where you are. When you talk about Amanzimtoti, when you talk about Kwakhangela, which is the homestead of the then King Ushaga, is not very far from where you are. So I'm qualifying myself when I say welcome to Durban, welcome to the confluence of cultures. The time that you spend in Durban, it will always be memorable if you are not coming from KZN and also if you are not coming from KwaZulu-Natal, because we boast also to be part of the coastline. So the kind of weather that we are going to experience here is the kind of weather that is in the main influenced by the ocean that is bordering this area. With those few words, welcome to KZN. And lastly, you are welcomed by KZN DOE, whose Ella is still boasting to be number one in terms of the NSC 2025 results. And I can promise you, we are not coming into position one as a view once. You are going to see us again in the same space. Thank you very much.
So when the HOD colleagues was indicating that the person who will represent him as the HOD is Obama Zibuk, I said, hi, we know that we are not gonna just get a welcome, we'll get a history behind it. So I am happy that you did that, because we always, and indeed you are correct that you always do the purpose and you will go on and about the curriculum and explain. So, but this time we are fine, we'll still get to hear you, will still do a lot of things in this, not view one. Metric results. So you've heard everyone that we are in the, and when we were even selecting it, we forgot the part that you are number one with the National Senior Certificate Matriculants of 2025 cohort, number one in the country. So it's a good thing that we are here launching this good program that educators took opportunities to get involved in, and also saying that after doing that, and we said that those ones who have completed as quick as possible and those ones who got to understand what the program is all about, we will welcome you. We will have to, as SACE, bring you to this province, which is the KwaZulu-Natal province in South Africa, which is the coastline. Everyone who wants to come, who wants the warm weather in winter, we all come to this province because we know that at least it's warmer than any other provinces in the country. So thank you very much, Bama Zibuko, for that, welcoming us, colleagues. Colleagues that just came in, and in this, just rest assured that assured that we have our bathrooms. I think when you leave the area, you have our bathroom. You just go straight out of the door. We have our bathrooms on the right and on the left-hand side, so you will see the bathrooms there. I think that part of me doing those ones, it's done. I'm flying today. Today I don't even want to do a lot of talking and playing around my quizzes. I said today is about me flying as a program director, because what we came here for is the showcase, colleagues, and the showcase is the most important thing that we came here to do. But in doing that, we want to also welcome the opening remarks and the purpose of this program, which the CEO of SACE will come in here to give us that. CEO, you have that 10 minutes of assisting us to explain. I don't even want to do it. Explain to us, why are we all here as a country, as Africa? Because we as South Africa and Botswana, we are the one that is spearheading this program for Commonwealth of Learning. So therefore, we just want to understand, why did Commonwealth of Learning select South Africa and SACE to do this, the teachers of the country to have an opportunity to be part of this program. So CEO, please, colleagues, help me welcome the CEO. Round of applause.
Thank you very much, Ms. Opete, Program Director. Good morning to our DDG Mazibuko from KZN Department of Education. I think he's already introduced the department and reminded us that come January next year, we will still be celebrating KZN. So I think the educators that are coming from KZN in this room, please make sure that you maintain the status quo and not hand it over to another province. But let's also greet our distinguished guest, Prof. Mpashele. I think you've been listening to her very well on the platform, and today you are with her. So we acknowledging the colleagues also, but most importantly, our esteemed educators that are here today. On behalf of the South African Council for Educators, SACE in short, let me appreciate and welcome the launch of the virtual laboratories in STEAM. At the outset also, let me indicate that SACE is a professional regulatory body. And as part of the whole process of regulating the profession, is also part of the Africa Federation of Teaching Regulatory Authorities. This is a body in the continent that is responsible for professionalizing the teaching profession, and we are part of that particular organization. So, AFTRA, which is your Africa Federation of Teaching Regulatory Authorities, is also having partnership and collaboration, a strategic collaboration with the Commonwealth of Learning. And that is why the t-shirts that you are wearing at the back, they are written Commonwealth of Learning. And the vision of Commonwealth of Learning really has been very important and in supporting and advancing innovation in education. And that is why the STEAM project and the issues around virtual lab. There are other countries which are also part of this particular program, but we want to pride ourselves in the fact that we are the first country that is launching this. Am I correct, Tuzan? Out of all these other countries, we are the first country, and we need to clap hands for ourselves. But the challenge for all of us is going to be, how are we going to sustain this going forward throughout the country? It can't be about ourselves in this room only. We need to go back to our colleagues who are in the STEAM environment and say, can we hold hands and continue in terms of implementing this? For me, this launch is not only about your technical skills and how do you really showcase some of the activities that you've been preparing. It's about transformation. It's also about equity and creativity. Every day we talk about the digital divide. We talk about we don't have resources. We are in rural areas. We're in remote areas and all that. So for me, if we are going to take this launch serious and also the program itself serious, we will see the benefit in terms of transforming classrooms, transforming schools, and also transforming the country, as well as addressing the inequalities that we are continuing to have in most of our schools. And I'm also saying virtual laboratories are not simply digital simulations, they are gateways to opportunity. I keep on saying library because we had virtual libraries for quite some time before we had the laboratories. And they really allow learners to conduct experiments, to explore scientific concepts, but also to engage in inquiry-based learning without the constraints of physical infrastructure, cost, and geography. And therefore, in contexts where schools may lack fully equipped science labs, virtual laboratories democratizes access. It also makes it possible to learn in rural areas, under-resourced or remote areas, to participate in the same level of experimentation and discovery as their peers in better resourced schools. So we can't be complaining and saying and moaning and saying we don't have resources in our areas and therefore learners would not benefit. And this way, they really directly contribute to equity in education and help close resource gaps. And we also like the fact that initially, when we started the process with Commonwealth of Learning, we were focusing on STEM. But as we went through the process, there was a reason and a compelling reason to include the arts component of the STEM, and then we then had to change to STEAM so that we emphasize the arts in STEAM and also begin to say the arts bring imagination, it also brings design and human expression into science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. They remind us that innovation is not only about technical skills, as I said earlier on, but also creativity and storytelling. And I think the showcasing that we'll be seeing today will be really telling a story that is not going to end up in this room, a story that must last in the next coming years, but a story that one day those learners that are in your classroom, when you meet them somewhere as with high-level positions, they can say, a teacher made me. And they can say, it was through that virtual laboratory that I managed to be the scientist that I am. I managed to be the artist that I am. I'm a mathematician, and I'm an engineer. I'm a technology person that I am. And I like Maya Angelou when she says, you can't use up creativity. The more you use, the more you have. And the arts ensure that STEAM is not just about knowledge, but it's also about imagination and human connection. I'm also saying we shouldn't look at this launch and this showcasing process out of context. Remember, the Department of Basic Education, and DDG Mazibuko would know from curriculum's perspective, it's now working on implementing digital learning strategy for the country. And this come handy. It really comes handy because the initiative is closely aligned to that particular strategy, and which envision technology as a driver of inclusive, future-ready education, and also integration of technology into teaching and learning. It also resonates with one of our SACE priorities, which is about strengthening digital learning and ICT systems integration. So for us to be able to really contribute to the economy of the country as teachers, because you can't improve the economy of the country without education. And you can't build a nation without teachers. And therefore, we see ourselves as we align with government, as we align with the priorities of the 7th administration, but also aligning with what SACE wants to do as something that will take the country to greater heights. And this is also practical realization of the SACE professional standards. I don't know how many of us have heard about them, have gone through them, just by show of hands. You see? You see? Now I'm saying, I looked at them and I was saying, these are professional standards in action, because they are applicable to STEAM subjects and will be demonstrated here today in terms of, for example, understanding that teachers understand how the teaching methodologies are effectively applied. Because this is about pedagogy. This is what is about when we integrate that teaching and learning and being able to make sure that things are happening. But it's also about teachers make thoughtful choices about the teaching that lead to learning goals of all learners. It's about teaching is fundamentally connected to teachers' deep understanding of the subjects they teach. It's also about teachers supporting social justice and redress of inequalities within their institution and society more broadly. And I think when I went through your profiles, I can see many of these things that I'm reading. I could see those that are saying we are offering lessons for free. I can see the work that we're doing. I could see gender things. I could see the STEAM gender what? There's someone I know who's running a team that is dealing with women that are being supported on those. So these things are already happening. It's just that we are now formalizing them and making sure that we're doing them in a more structured way. And therefore, we are looking forward today because we are gathered here to launch this program, but above all, to showcase, because we really want to see you in action. And we are proud of our educators in the profession. 31 of you, I'm told, are going to make this country proud. And that is why I'm saying today it can't be the last day, Mesopete. How do we make sure that we use this team in this room to really go play far and make sure that we deal with our issues, we support our learners, we build the nation, and we contribute to the economy of this country. So let me also appreciate the support that we continue to receive from SACE in terms of our work of supporting teachers and continuing to develop them. SACE has always been there with us to make sure that we really achieve what we want to do. So I'm not going to talk much because I can't wait to listen, to watch, to see those simulations and those activities that you've been working on for the last few months and weeks and so on. And the fact that you managed to achieve the programs that you've been doing with a Prof in its own, it's an achievement, it's a milestone that we need to appreciate at all times. So, Mesopete, let me leave it at that. Some of the things I'll say at the end. Thank you very much, and all the best. We can't wait, as I said. Thanks.
the CEO is saying that this room is mukuku. It's a shack because we have to move and sway around. So I have to wait for her to come in before. Colleagues, thank you. Thank you to the CEO of SACE. I believe that we all understand why we are all here today. Even those ones online, the ones that didn't know what STEAM and STEM is, I think now we all understand what is it all about. So in doing that, the next presenter, I believe that we have our, I don't know what we call you. We are overutilizing her at SACE. She's one person that when I call and say, can you please help us? I know you don't have a contract with us, but we know that you are passionate about this. Can you just come in and assist? And she's like, I will do it from the bottom of my heart. So we've been with her since last year, since the inception of another program that we had with Commonwealth. And now we are saying, you can't leave us. You are our best friend as SACE now. You are part of us. So Prof. Mpahlele from the University of South Africa, she's an associate professor for the Institute of Open Learning and Distance Learning, Open Distance Learning, UNISA College of Education. So we are talking to an educator. You know her online. I think most of you, even online colleagues, you know her very well from online. She's one of those ones that is very, very spiceful. She will deal with all of you online. I like her. I like her, especially online. We know that she's the best when it comes to the online to deal with. Like I said that you must go to that blog. Do you see the 3 lines? Click on the 3 lines on the blog. So that's Prof. Mpahlele. Thanks. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you. But my voice is a teacher's voice, eh? Thank you very much. Let me greet you all. It's an honor. Let me see you with my naked eyes. How are you? It has been a journey. Let me first acknowledge and appreciate the hosts and say congratulations for the class of 2025. I think I even created a video, it's going to be out soon on the YouTube about the matric teachers of 2025. I'm sure I'm including some of you in here. And I just want to firstly say all protocol observed. The CEO of SACE, we are happy to be here because we know if it wasn't due to your vision and your passion for our teachers, we wouldn't be here. Mesopete and your team, Bomme Malema, Ntate Khobe in the background, we really appreciate your support. So I don't even want to talk today because I'm ready to see, ready to be shown, because today is the showcase. But in any case, they are our supporters, our sponsors, our stakeholders who might want to just know what is it about, what is IVLST that we hear about, why are we here? So I just want to say this is an open educational resource course. I want to emphasize the educational, the OER part, because as teachers, we are encouraging you to use the open educational resources, materials that are free, accessible, online. Most of them, they are online. So this course, yes, it was developed as an OER. The aim was to initially support STEM, which is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. But as we move along and as we were collaborating with the people from the Caribbean, they encouraged us to say, why don't we add an A, which is arts? And then when we added the A, we realized that let's just include all non-STEM subjects. That's where you can include your history, your geography, and you will see today in the showcase that even coding and robotics can be taught through the virtual laboratories. But we are focusing on the open and distance learning mode. Some people, when they think of open and distance learning mode, they only think of UNISA, where I work. They think ODL is an institution. It is not. ODL is the mode of teaching. Some of you nowadays, when you set up your homeworks, you send your homeworks through WhatsApp, isn't it? To the parents of your learners or even to your learners. What do we call that? It's distance. I agree, you are there, maybe you are at home, you are sending the homework on WhatsApp. So there's a distance. But that distance is what? Is open. So open distance learning is just learning that takes place where the facilitator and the learner, they are not in the same space. Some of you are here now, I believe you are busy sending work to your learners because you don't want them to be left behind. Do we have any metric teacher here? Anyone teaching metric? Yes, we have metric teachers. If you are teaching grade 12, you can't afford to lose a minute with your learners. So even when you are here, I believe you are busy giving your students or your learners some work. So this course was designed for teachers across Africa and the Caribbean. As our CEO have indicated the countries that are taking place. I'm not going to repeat that. But what was the purpose? The purpose was to improve digital teaching skills of you as teachers and to promote the inquiry-based and active learning. If you remember, the first module is about inquiry-based learning. But again, we wanted you to form communities of practice. As I'm looking at you now, I know you are sitting in your communities of practice and you are from different areas. Already you have made that collaboration. Already you are connected. So why do we need this? Because we want to challenge. We want to challenge the status quo, how we teach. And also the complaints that we don't have resources, we don't have laboratories, we don't have this, we don't have technology. If you go to most of the teachers' gatherings, you'll hear them saying, but we don't have resources. I remember when we met with teachers from Botswana, there was one teacher who stood up and said, you are giving us these beautiful things, but remember, here in Botswana, we don't have resources. Our learners don't have these technologies. So we want to remove that. We want to say to you, even though we have limited laboratories or we don't even have laboratories, your learners can have a safe laboratory. Because in the virtual lab, you do anything, there can be fire. The learners will see the fire, but that fire will not affect them. Things can break. But those things that are breaking, they will just see them virtually. They will not affect them. And that is why we are even calling on our foundation phase teachers to say, this is your space. This is the safe space where any learner will get injured. And yes, we do have those safety concerns in the experiments. And I just said, here is where anyone do the experiment without fear of any safe hazards. And again, with the large classrooms, if you have a classroom of 70 learners, are you aware that every learner will be able to participate? Unlike when you take, even if you take 20 learners to the lab, are they going to participate, all of them? You will find, you'll take the clever ones, the ones that you think are the clever ones, and then you let them become hands-on to show the rest of your class, while others are what? Spectators. But with a virtual lab, every learner with their gadget, they will be participating. Even if you are, let's say you are using maths, you are doing a math simulation, every learner will be able to move. If it's geometry, for example, every learner will be able to do the activity that you are doing. If you are saying, let's move A to B, they will be able to move all of them. So that's what I like about it. And it breaks the unequal access to resources. I remember when I was in high school, we had a very small laboratory in our high school. I never even touched a single chemical in that laboratory. Why? Because when you are even short like myself, they view you as a child who is not yet matured to can handle some of the, can you sorry, yeah, I think it, yeah. So they will say, step aside, your brothers and sisters should show you. You get my point? Because they don't want you to break things, or the teachers don't want to get into trouble because they see you as a very small child. So we need the digital skills, because these spaces that we talk about, if you are a teacher and you are still afraid to explore on the digital space, it's going to be a problem. That's why since 2021, I think, 2020, on Wednesdays evenings, we have digital literacy skills workshop. And we are welcoming every teacher, and it's for free. This is an opportunity for us to visualize complex concepts, to provide safe experiments, and to support interactive learning. Gone are the days where a maths teacher will hold a chalk and start writing long expressions on the chalkboard while the learners are just watching you. And while you are also saying to them, therefore, X equals to 2. Therefore, and that's what the learners just hear. That's what I used to hear from my maths teacher. And when I think of maths, I just think of what? Therefore. And even the way the teacher is doing it, therefore. Therefore. So gone are those days. I want to... It seems like it's stuck here. Oh, but okay. So who were behind the development of this course? I must give a credit to Professor Yvonne Mugama from Commonwealth of Learning, because we started with the workshop Beyond Numbers, and then he also involved different countries in the Beyond Numbers. And from this Beyond Numbers, I remember this was conceptualized when we were in Botswana last year during the PCF Commonwealth of Learning Conference. And then as we were brainstorming, what more can we come up from the Beyond Numbers? This is where this OER course was born. And we are also writing a book about this IVLST. I think that book, when it comes out, you will be the first people to read it. And that book is being edited by myself, Professor Yvonne, and Professor Uche from Nigeria. So Professor Yvonne is our team leader at Commonwealth of Learning, and he is the one who spent sleepless nights to see that African countries are supported. He goes out there to get sponsorships for us. And then we have Dan Wilton. Dan Wilton is our instructional designer expert. He's the one who put together the course on the platform, on Canvas platform. And then myself, I was the coordinator behind. When we started, like when they were writing the modules, they would submit the modules to me, I would review. We were meeting every Friday to ensure that this course is alive. And then we have facilitators from Rwanda. Majority of them are working at the University of Rwanda. Jean-Claude, Dushimi Mama, I think you met them during the webinar of Meet the Experts. We have Rutekwa Marceline, we've got Biyogusengwe Priska, Uche is from Nigeria, and then we've got Leonard Lungu. The others are from Rwanda, only Professor Uche is from Nigeria. So the structure of the course, some of you especially the participants who are going to be showcasing today, you know the course structure. But for those who don't know, this course, it has got 5 modules, and we thought every module a participant should spend at least 1 week. Then the 5 modules were meant to be completed in 5 weeks. But the good news is the course is extended up until the end of April. So tell your colleagues who are not finished to say the course is extended, they can still continue and complete. However, the support now is limited. Normally when you attend online course, you just register and you find yourself by yourself, isn't it? But with this one, we were holding you by hand. You had us online every time, and we also ensured that we respond to your queries on daily basis. So we were there. And then how did we want you to learn in this course? We had a learning approach, and each learning unit, it has got an introductory video, it had some reading material, links that required you to explore, to review, as well as the forums where we wanted you to respond. I would like you to adopt this approach as teachers, to say the way you are teaching your learners, it should change. You should be seen as a teacher who has been exposed to digital literacy. So, colleagues, from now on, let your lessons have a different way of introducing. Have some videos, have some pictures in your lessons, and have reading materials for your learners to read. Even if you are teaching maths, I think learners need to read. And then we formed communities of practice. This is for the sake of our sponsors and our stakeholders. These are the communities of practice that you will be seeing today. They've been communicating online. Some of them, they met for the first time yesterday. I met most of them also for the first time yesterday. They always hear my voice on Wednesdays. And then we also had webinars where our participants, they've met the facilitators, they've met educational leaders, they've met policy experts. And then lastly, we are having rewards. Even if you have participated in the course, but you could not complete, you get certificate of participation. And then when you complete, you get certificate of completion. I believe for these certificates, SACE will give different SACE points for certificate of participation and also for certificate of completion. So they were also encouraged to develop e-portfolios that you will also see today. Finally, sorry to sound like AI. You know, AI will say in conclusion, finally. I am saying let's innovate digitally, let's collaborate, and most importantly, let's practice inclusive teaching. As you teach, think of your learners who experience barriers to learning. The word inclusive is, we should not equate it to disability. Remember, there are those who are just experiencing barriers to learning. I think we need to learn from KZN how they achieved their 100%, because it means, I mean their top spot. It means they were supporting their learners who are progressed, because majority of those who are progressed are experiencing barriers to learning. Thank you, madam.
Thank you so much to you, Prof. And colleagues, we also not only in this room have the presenters or the 31 colleagues that completed the course record time, those ones that are completed it, and also submitted the information on time. But we also have, in the KZN, Mr. Mazibuko, we invited some of the schools. We had to check the different types of school to say that this is a rural school, let's invite them to come and see what is happening so that they can be motivated. So we had a selection within this district that we invited. We also invited the best of the best, obviously, your institutes. So we invited one of your institutes there to say that come on board and see what we are doing so that when you do come, you can roll it out within your own school as well, or the school within your areas. So we're also welcoming Tate Rabotapi, who is the DDG for Branch T, which is teachers from the Department of Basic Education in Pretoria. Thank you so much for blessing us. I know this is your space, especially because you are now online. So we said we can't leave you behind. We need to ensure that the online teacher development platform has all of these courses so that you can also come in here to say, we can have these modules within our online platform. And educators that are sitting here, they have developed so they can even take these materials, put them on the online platform. That's what we are trying to build as well. We will help them develop those materials the way that they are sitting with their different communities of practice. Colleagues, I don't want to say too much. I just want to now continue and talk to the next presentation, biology. We're supposed to start at 9:30. You know that we have 30 minutes for each. And I would like you to please adhere to the time. I'm going to be strict now on the time. We are online. I'm just afraid because we are online. So therefore, biology, you are represented now by Ms. Zoleka Nene, who is from Northwest. So here we have people from different provinces. The first time they saw each other, they are in community of practice, but the first time that they saw each other was last night. They've never seen each other, and we had to bring them in a group to say, okay, this is your TCOP, this is your TCOP, because we sent to them to say, now choose which one you want to be on. When they chose differently. You will have Gauteng, you have Mpumalanga, you have Northwest, you have Free State. Free State is a huge group. We don't know what happened in Free State, but KZN, Free State is coming for you again, because it's the biggest group. It's the biggest group that we brought here to like, why did so many complete quickly in Free State? Why are you taking up on this one? So the biology group, can I request that you come and start your presentation? Ms. Zoleka Nene from KZN, if I can just have you here. Thank you. Oh, it's me. It's me, sorry. This one. You're using this, yeah. You can't use your laptop. Oh, and in this group also, Ms. Zoleka Nene is just qualified. Yes, 2 weeks qualified educator. So she was in university. She's one of those ones that is not even in school yet. So that's a good one. So you will listen to someone, yeah. So everyone could take up this. So it's a good one that they even gave an opportunity to say, no, we don't want, we want to step behind. So you as a young one, come on board and do this. You want to walk?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Zoleka Nene. I am a new teacher from the Northwest. So today I'll be representing the TCOP of biology, also known as life sciences in South Africa. So today specifically, for the purposes of this presentation, we will be focusing on the topic of population ecology that is done in grade 11, term 3. So obviously, I'm not alone. I'm with my beautiful team members. I'm with Mr. Tumalano Mulato, Ms. Wendy Matludi, and Mr. Mondli Sibia from KZN, Ms. Mwendi's from Northwest, and also Mr. Tumalana Mulato. So before we even start with our presentation, I would like to take you through the presentation outline so that you know what to expect from me and what is going to happen throughout our whole presentation. So we're going to have the access guide. This is where I'm going to show you how to access the virtual lab or the simulation that we will be using. And then we're going to demonstrate the virtual lab or the simulation to you. And we're also going to touch on advantages. This is going to be for learners, for schools, and for the teachers. And we're going to also touch on how the simulation that we are using addresses the issue of inclusivity, focusing on gender and learning barriers. And we're going to link it to the curriculum and policy and assessment policy statement topic, which is, I've already mentioned, population ecology. And we're going to take questions for you. So please, as I start presenting, please prepare any questions that you may have for that section. And then we will close the presentation. So, what you need to do to access the biology simulation, you're going to open your browser. This can be your Firefox, your Microsoft Edge, your Chrome, any browser that you're using. You're going to type in biology simulations, and as you can see on this page, the first screenshot, you're going to have a lot, obviously, of results. You're going to click on the first result, which has the red logo. That will take you to this page. And from this page, you're going to click the 3 navigation bar on your top right corner. It will take you to the next page, the next screenshot, and it will show you the home simulation. And that's when you can click on simulation. And from there, you can click on any other topic that you want to use it for. Now, because we know learners are very curious people. So if you give them the simulation without creating the link for a specific topic, they will go around the simulation selecting any topic that they want to use. So for you to save time, you can create a specific link for a specific topic. So after you have reached this page, you're going to click on simulations. And then because we are using ecology for this presentation, you can click on ecology. And then from ecology, you can go to population dynamics. And then as you can see highlighted there, you're going to click on the share button and then copy and then paste the link anywhere you want to paste it. This can be your WhatsApp, your email, or your Word document. So before we even start with our demonstration, for you to make it easy for learners and for yourselves to use this simulation, you can start by firstly preparing your learners like days before or a day before the actual lesson. So because I want us to focus more on rural schools. Rural schools are those schools that have a lack of teachers and a lot of learners and lack of resources, especially labs. They do not have labs. So what you can do is a day before, you can group your learners in smaller groups so that you can be able to work with them, familiarize themselves with the simulation, and show them what they're going to do so that on the day of the presentation, you don't have any issues or you don't waste time trying to explain to them what's going to happen. So now we're going to go to demonstration. So for the purpose of this demonstration, we're going to use 2 scenarios. The first scenario is going to show you how the virtual lab or the simulation can be used. And then the second one is for the reliability purposes, so that you can see that the simulation will always generate different results.
Minimize, yeah. Minimize again, so you can open the tab again.
Just so that you can.
See when the wrong tab opens, it's not doing it.
So you want to go to that one. Which one? Which one is the internet? This is your Google thing. It's here. Yes.
Okay, so sorry about that, colleagues. So after you have clicked on the link, so the link that you have clicked on, it's the link that we have created for this specific topic, which is population dynamics under population ecology, under population ecology, grade 11. So before you even start with your simulation, we know that life sciences has a lot of biological terms. So before you even start, we have to look at the biological terms for the specific topic. So now I would like to invite you to my grade 11 class. So the first thing we're going to do, we are going to look at the biological terms that are associated with the specific simulation. This is your birth rate, your death rate, immigration, and emigration. So ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you are aware, but these are one of the abstract concepts that are associated with this simulation or this topic, because I think something like birth rate, we cannot see it, we cannot touch it. It's something that is abstract for our learners. So the first thing we're going to do for the first simulation, we are going to manipulate the number of generations. So the number of generations is just that, the number of generation that is available in this particular simulation. And then we're going to manipulate the plant abundance to 100. It's already at 100. So the relative plant abundance is the number of food or the amount of food that is available for the prey to eat. And then we're going to manipulate the prey to 1,500. And then manipulate our predator population to 40. This is the population that is eating the prey. And then manipulate the relative prey population to 50. Oh, sorry, manipulate the predator population to 40, and then manipulate the relative prey reproduction to 5, and then the relative predator reproduction to 2. So the relative prey reproduction, it's basically the rate at which the population is giving birth. This can be your springboks in this case, and then the relative predator reproduction can be your lions in this case, and we're going to put it at 3. And then the relative habitory, this is the rate at which the prey grazes. So you're going to put it at 5. And the rate at which the predators eat is going to also be at 5. So you're going to run the simulation. And as you can see, it's going to generate a graph. In this graph, learners will be able to analyze, enhancing their analytical skills, because they'll be working in groups. It will be able to enhance their collaborating skills, and it also be able to enhance their their skills to know how to explain cyclical patterns and how to capture data, because as you can see, it's in a graph, so you can tell them to capture the data in a table form. So the abstract concept of birth rate can be taught as you can see that because we had a lot of plants for the prey to eat, meaning it's favorable for the population to grow. So the population will grow and have a lot of prey, and then because of a lot of prey, meaning also the predators will have a lot of food to eat, meaning their reproduction rate will also grow, and in that way you have taught the abstract concept of birth rate without actually explicitly teaching it to learners. And then because of the prey population would be up, the predator will also be up. Eventually the predators will eat the prey, and eventually the prey population will now decrease, meaning the prey will die, and in that way you have taught the abstract concept of death rate without explicitly teaching it. So now we're going to run the second simulation, and this is for you to see that this simulation will always generate different results depending on the data that the learners will use. So for the second scenario, we're going to put the number of generations at 30, the number of relative plant abundance at 25, and the number of prey population at 1,600, and the predator population at 50, the prey reproduction at 6, I mean. Go again, Mr. Mondley. Thank you. And then the predator reproduction at 4, and the rate of which they graze, which is the herbivory, at 7, and the relative at 6. Run the simulation. And as you can see, another different graph has been generated. And this is how you can teach your learners the concepts of abstract concepts using the simulation of biology simulations. Now we're going to look at the advantages this simulation have. So we are going to specifically look at the advantages for different schools, because we have rural schools, we also have private schools, meaning these two schools do not have the same amount of resources available to them. So as we know, in public or rural schools, those schools have a problem of having a lack of educational resources. They don't have labs, they don't have a lot of teachers, because many teachers say that those schools are far. Who's going to work in a remote area? So we have a small amount of teachers, and then we have a lot of students. So, and that's a problem. So with this simulation will be able to help that specific school that is found very, very far cut costs. So instead of learners having to go outside of the classroom and into the field to learn about such a topic, which is population ecology. And this type of topic needs you to observe a population for about 2 weeks, and that will be expensive because you will need to have a place for learners to sleep, food for learners to eat during that whole period. So it will be able to cut costs, and it will also minimize risk. So they are in class, you will be able to control them, no one will get hurt, and then we will also look at it is not time consuming. As I advise that you familiarize yourself with the simulation before you actually do the simulation with learners. So in that way, you will not waste time, and it only needs one facilitator, especially in schools like rural schools where you have less teachers. So when you go out of the classroom, you will need about 4 or 5 teachers to help you manage the group of learners. But when you are in class using one laptop to do the simulation, it will only be you as the subject teacher. And then it also does not have gender rules, meaning it is inclusive for all rules. There will not be, this job is for boys, this job is for girls, girls can do this, boys can do this. And then we will also look at the advantages for private schools. So because of these schools have a lot of resources, most of them have computer labs. So in this case, for them it's easily accessible, meaning they can just go to the lab with the internet, and each and every learner can be in their chair and do the simulation on their own, which also takes us to our next point, which is independent learning. And because where they stay, there is a lot of internet access, they can do this at home and learn about it independently. Even if they didn't understand in class, when they get home, they can do the simulation for themselves again to get an understanding more on it. And it is also not time consuming for them, and it also needs only one facilitator, and it also minimizes risks for them. So now let's look at how the simulation addresses the issue of inclusivity. We are going to look at gender, socio-economic equity, safety for vulnerable learners, cultural and societal inclusivity, and types of learners. So for gender, as I said before, with this simulation, there is no girls will do this, boys will do this, girls can do this, boys can do this. So we also have all learners participating equally in class, because this is on your laptop. And then we can also look at the social equity. So because we know that schools in in towns, meaning these are your private schools, they have a lot of resources. And schools in those rural areas do not have a lot of resources. So both of these schools will be able to learn about population ecology the same way. So with this simulation, we are bridging that gap that those ones won't be able to understand and those ones in private schools can be able to understand. And then we're going to look at the safety for vulnerable learners. So we know that we have those learners that are in wheelchairs, the ones that use crutches and so forth. So when you take those learners to the field, it's going to be very hard for them to navigate such a it is going to be hard for them to navigate a field. So with them, a learner in a wheelchair will also be able to sit down with all the other learners and go about the topic using their simulation. And it also addresses the cultural and social inclusivity, whereby it will prevent stereotypes and foster a sense of belonging. So just because you are in a rural place, you will be able to also get a chance to learn about. You will also be able to get a chance to learn about a specific topic without having to go about the stereotypes of it. And you're going to look at the types of learners. As we know that we have different learners. We have visual learners, kinesthetic learners, auditory learners. So this simulation caters for all. Learners that learn by seeing will see while doing, and learners that learn by doing will also be able to do, and also learners that learn by auditory will be catered for in this simulation. And also learners with varying learning speeds. We know that we have learners that cannot learn at the same speed. So learners that learn at a lower speed than learners that learn at a faster speed. So with this type of simulation, because they will be doing, they will be able to catch up while doing as much as those ones that have understood forward. So they will be able to learn while doing. So how does this simulation link to the curriculum and policy assessment statement that is used in South Africa? As you can see on the screenshot, this topic of population ecology is found on term 3 under environmental studies. The topic is population ecology and is for grade 10, and the learning strand is environmental studies. So with this topic, with this simulation, you can link the simulation with the topics that are on your CAPS or your ATP, meaning other topics like cells and so forth, you will find them here. And lastly, how does the simulation address the aims that we found on the CAPS document? So at the end of this simulation, learners will be able to participate in prey to model changes in population. So learners will be able to use simulations to manipulate data in future, and this will benefit them by helping them develop a deeper conceptual understanding of topics that they will use, and they will also be able to record data from a simulation and construct any type of graph that you may ask them to construct. And then this in future will help them benefit essential scientific skills, especially in life sciences. We know that learners will need to be able to draw graphs, to analyze graphs, to record data by looking at a specific data, and then they'll also be able to analyze and explain cyclical patterns of predator prey population or any other topic that they will be using, and it will benefit them by strengthening their critical skills, their collaborative skills, their analytical skills, by encouraging them to interpret what they see, meaning the cyclic patterns that they will be on the simulation as you have seen. So before we even conclude our presentation, my team and I will now take questions. Any questions? So I see there are no questions. So to conclude our presentation, I would like to conclude by saying that visual labs provide a practical and effective teaching, especially for those schools that are in rural areas, especially those schools that do not have teachers and educational resources. And also visual labs also address inclusivity by supporting learners with different learning styles and encouraging equal participation amongst learners. And lastly, when we adopt the use of virtual labs in our classroom, we will be able to provide quality, equitable, and fun science learning education to all learners, regardless of the socio-economic status of the school they have enrolled in. Thank you.
Thank you so much, population ecology. That was an interesting one. And also I liked how you showed us the linkages between in South Africa, how we're doing it, with a certain type of where exactly in the CAPS document you find it. I think it is very helpful for us to know we are not just doing things, we do them because of a reason. Our colleagues, because there are no questions, our team has really saved us a lot of time. So I'm thankful for the team biology for saving time. Very grateful as a program director. We will be moving forward. I hope mathematics will do the same. We are requesting that those ones that have their cell phones or laptops here, Prof is just going to assist us on having the comments. If you can comment on that platform. Remember that platform that some of you have it, some of you don't have it there. And what do we call that platform? Speed learning, yes. You will have to comment on that platform of speed learning. So I don't want to get into that discussion of the platform. Mathematics group, you are represented on this one. I'm sorry to my camera people. I know that me moving around is not assisting, but I can see that you can see me. To my person behind me here. Mathematics is being represented by two individuals. We have Fatima, who is from Gauteng province. We have Nolu Babalo, who is from Free State. So thank you so much to the colleagues. You can come in and already sit here in front so that you don't have to do the up and downs, colleagues. Thank you so much.
The protocol has been observed. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning. I'm a foundation phase teacher, so I strive when there's loud noise. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning. Thank you very much. My name is Nolubaba Lomtambeka, and I am one of the mathematics team presenters. Firstly, please allow me to introduce the rest of the A team. From the Western Cape, we have Mrs. Folding. KwaZulu-Natal, we have Mr. Mlojwa. From the Free State, it's myself, Mtambeka, and my colleague, Mr. Tsehle. From the Gauteng province, we have Mr. Mfeka, Ms. Heleni, Ms. Morowa, Ms. Hlaku, Ms. Mudiba, and lastly, Mr. Malibane. And from the Eastern Cape, we have Mr. Sebe in absentia, as far as I know. The overview of our lesson presentation today, we have the introduction of our virtual lab, inclusivity in the classrooms, gender roles in virtual labs, an overview of our lesson plan, the actual demonstration of the virtual labs, recommendations, and lastly, we shall conclude our presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an app called MobiTutor. This app was developed at the Nelson Mandela University. It was developed to support learning in mathematics and sciences, especially from grade 8 to grade 12. In this app, we are able to access revision books, textbooks, tests, rapid tests, and importantly, we have applets. Now, these applets will lead you to our virtual lab, which is called GeoGebra. GeoGebra is a dynamic software, meaning our learners are able to manipulate mathematics. And this helps them to become inclusive and interactive in the classrooms. They don't have to just sit and listen to the teacher. They are able to manipulate graphs and all the geometric essentials in the classroom. With that being said, we have GeoGebra as our virtual lab, and this lab is aligned with the curriculum assessment and policy statement, better known as CAPS in South Africa. This is the South African curriculum guideline. This guideline also states that we need to be inclusive in our classroom. No child should be left behind. Everyone must be included, meaning that all the physical barriers and language barriers must be catered for. For example, with the language barriers, we know that in our South African context, we know that there are schools whereby the language of instruction is different to the home language. Now, our GeoGebra, our virtual lab, has almost all the South African languages. So this will help learners to be able to code switch from English to their home language for better understanding. Also, moving on to the learning styles. GeoGebra is very efficient when it comes to visual learning because our lessons are color-coded. It's easier for them, it catches the eye of the learner easily, and it keeps them interested with the lesson. We also have auditory learning, meaning that we have pre-recorded lessons for the learners who strive best at the auditory learning. Moving forward, we all know that this is a man's world, but unfortunately, it's nothing without a woman. Meaning that we do not have to discriminate. We need to create an environment whereby all learners are catered for in the classroom. And ladies and gentlemen, please use me as an example in your classroom because I am a woman in STEM. I am a woman in STEM. So in your classroom, when you're teaching, I am a case study. There's Ms. Nolbabalo Mtambega in the Free State, who is a woman in STEM. With that being said, I'm going to hand over to Ms. Fatima to continue with the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mutambege. And good morning once again. I am Fatima, and I'll be continuing with the presentation. And we'll be focusing on gender in visual labs. So the visual labs impact in gender gaps in STEM. So firstly, we have safe experimentations. As much as the learners are prepared to do experimentations, the learners are able to at least be prepared and they won't have any peer pressure. And as one of learners who actually is short-spent and one of the learners who actually doesn't have too much confidence, if I'm prepared, trust me, I'm gonna do my work. So, yes. So secondly, our visual labs help learners to learn without actually being forced to. If you practice your work at home as a learner, trust me, in school you will actually excel because there will be nobody pushing you or doing anything behind your back telling you that you need to push yourself, right? So we have actually digital access, mobile accessibility, and this also builds digital skills, right? So we also have a lesson plan. This lesson plan shows us how our visual labs is highly aligned with the curriculum assessment policy statement, which is CAPS, right? And then it will be based on grade 10 mathematics functions, right? So we have recommendations. Why would we recommend you guys to use our visual labs in schools? It also assists in adopting blended learning. If you use simulations to help learners before class, you actually help them to actually get prepared before the lesson, and then this will actually help you so that when you teach them, there won't be any noise if they are prepared. There won't be any noise, there won't be any standing around, they will just be there and listen and do as you instructed them in class before the presentation starts. So as Ms. Mutambegi said, she is a woman in STEM. I spiritually hold her hand, also saying that I am also a woman in STEM, right? So this visual lab of ours, it promotes gender responsive teaching. It also improves teacher training, especially let us look into rural schools. So rural schools, we have problems of getting access to technology, right? So this visual lab, once you get access to it, trust me, as a teacher, you will also excel, right? So it also provides learner digital skill support. As a learner who is short-span attention, I cannot actually sit down and listen. I prefer looking at pictures and highly, the teacher, as much as they use the board, trust me, I'll be interested and I'll be willing to listen for the whole day. If it's a day, I'll listen. If it's an hour, I'll listen, right? So we have our demonstration of the showcase, of which will be done by Mr. Mfeka, SST.
Good morning, everyone. Let me just say, all protocol observed. It's the continuation of the presentation. Okay, what you need to have is just any browser software, whether from your cell phone or from a PC. You just need a browser software, whether it's Chrome, whether it's Microsoft Edge or any. As long as it's a browser software, you're gonna type MobiTutor ZA. MobiTutor ZA. I'm gonna demonstrate it live. ZA.co.za. If you're gonna need to register first, but then if you need to register, you're gonna have to download the app from the cell phone, from Google Store if you're using an Android, and then they do have one on for iOS. Yes, if you're using Huawei, I think you can find it on apk.com because we don't have it on App Gallery. So let's continue. Since I'm already having an account, I'm just gonna say /login. Oh, wow. Wow, what an error. It's been tested and I was busy with it right there on my PC. The PowerPoint, it's... Oh, okay, let me just do this. It's already a video here, ne? Where's my F5? Or okay, I don't know if it's gonna be sound. Sorry. Sorry about that. Oh, there is our video. I'm just gonna explain it while it's doing it. It was our contingency plan, but then anyway, I'm just gonna have to use it. I'm just gonna have to use it. As I mentioned before, you just need any browser software. Then what you're going to do, it's MobiTutor za.co.za. Exactly as you see there, you can see the logo. Make sure you click on that logo. Ne? I've already got an account. I'm just gonna sign in. As you can see, I'm SSD. That's my password. I'm signing in. And I'm sure my colleagues have mentioned the resources that you could find on this. As mentioned, you can find a dictionary, which is having a various of languages. It's Zulu, Sepedi, Xhosa, and as you can see here, we are having different subjects. It's mathematics, physical sciences. You are able to find textbook, prepared document, last but not least, applets for GeoGebra and PhET when it comes to physical sciences. But for mathematics, it's gonna be GeoGebra. That is our dictionary. As you can see, it explains the terms, the mathematical terms, and you can even change the language, meaning it's inclusivity when it comes to linguistic barrier. As you can see, I'm changing the language to isiZulu. Also, the definition is gonna change to isiZulu. You can change it to any language that you want. It's gonna explain everything. It's gonna explain mathematical terms in your preferable language. Just a continuation. You can also find tests there. The tests are in the form of quizzes. From grade 8 up until grade 12 are in the form of quizzes. You can click any topic that you want to do the test for. So let's go for applets. I'm a teacher. I'm going to demonstrate on functions. Grade 10 functions, as my colleagues presented the lesson plan on functions, sketching of exponential functions for grade 10. You just search for applets. There you click the grade that you want. You click the subject. As I explained, these are the subject that we have, but you are dealing with mathematics. These are all resources, even the video links to YouTube that are explaining far much better. And then we are going for applets. Applets are in the form of PDF, but from the PDF, you're going to find the link, as you can see here. Do I have a pointer? Oh, yes. Thank you so very much. Oh. Okay, I don't need. If you're using a cell phone, you could just scan the QR code. But here's the thing, the most advantageous thing. Once you have downloaded these applets in a form of PDF, there is no need for internet. You can work offline. You can work on GeoGebra offline. So once you have downloaded these applets in a form of PDF, you can download them even now, have them different chapters as they were listed there you saw. We are dealing with functions, as you can see. Sorry, I was trying to save my PDF, but then I'm not going to save it. I've already downloaded them. Remember, I'm still a student teacher. I came across the class from grade 11. My learners were still struggling on drawing the graph. I tried to understand what was the matter, actually. I saw that, they didn't know an accurate hyperbolic graph because they were struggling there. A teacher would always say, this is a hyperbolic what? A graph is drawn like this. These are asymptotes, and then done. That's it. Just imagine. They don't know the accurate shape of the graph. But this is accuracy. This we talk of accuracy. Now, let's dive in. This is GeoGebra. Yeah, it's going to open your browser app, but here's the thing. It's going to work offline. Offline. Now, you're just going to maximize it. This is our mother function. You can show asymptotes, but here's the thing. The one thing that I want us to focus on. This is the value of A, as you can see. This is the value of B, as you can see, and Q right there. We are going to match the relationship between the equation and our graph. Manipulation of values. As the value of LU changes to 0, you see what our graph does. As it changes, as you can see, it shows exactly the accurate shape of the graph. You can manipulate any value that you want. It's going to show you how the graph it should be. Remember, this is an exponential function. As you can see the shape, if you are a mathematician teacher, if you are a mathematics teacher. And then coming to the value of Q, you can manipulate it howsoever you like. Howsoever you like, you can manipulate it. It's going to show this is our asymptote. It's just going to show you. We are done. So here's the thing about this. There are animations for graph whenever, we are having so many chapters, it's having so many chapters. There are animation for graphs, which makes the teaching and learning even fun, whereby you let the graph draw itself, like in a fun way. I wish I could have shown you a demonstration live, but then it didn't work out for me. As you can see, it's mobitutorza.co.za. And then if you want to register, you're just going to download an app from a cell phone, and then you do the registration process. The applets that we are having for the one for physical sciences, which is PhET, and then the second one, the one that I was demonstrating, which is GeoGebra. Here's the thing, most people know GeoGebra, but they go to GeoGebra directly. Here's the thing about MobiTutor. You get ready to use resources. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mfega. That was my colleague, guys. I'm also proud of him. So we are to conclude. So in conclusion, visual labs are transforming education by making learners explore teaching without any physical learning barriers, right? So we also know that technology is continuing to grow. Right now, we are in the 4th industrial revolution, if I'm not mistaken. So visual labs will actually be more important and more valuable, right? So, as Mark van Doren said, the art of teaching is the art of assisting discovery. My colleagues and I are welcoming you to ask any questions.
Thank you to the team mathematics. I think the group that we have here is a very clever group. They know what you are doing. You were clear with the demonstration, but one thing for sure is that when you go on, my team will ask you questions. They are doing it so quickly that you don't even have the chance to ask. And it's thank you. But team mathematics, I liked the GeoGebra team mathematics. Thank you so much. I think you showed us a glimpse online, but however, the way that you showed Mr. Mfeka, really, thank you so much for the passion behind it. I think you showed us the passion behind that one. So I think the last one before we go on a tea break, colleagues, we are at, I think it's 10:30. I like this group. The two saved us time. We are now on time. So this group called Physical Science, don't disappoint us. Do not disappoint us. I am timing there, so please make sure that I don't have to show you we only use one laptop so that we don't struggle. You have a pointer there. You don't need to stand there. You can stand anywhere. So you have a pointer. Colleagues, help me welcome our team.
Yeah, this is my. I think I have the teacher's voice, but anyway, I will use the mic. Oh, okay. I will use the mic. Virtual labs bring science to life. They let us experiment and see the results in a safe, interactive space. Ladies and gentlemen, greetings all. Pindile Zungu. In the physics team, I'm with Richard. We are both in the physics team coming from different provinces. I'm coming from KwaZulu-Natal. He is from Eastern Cape. If you know the background of the two provinces, they mostly contained of the schools that are in deep rural areas. So most of our topics of our SIMs, we cater for the schools that are in quintile 1 to 3, as well as 5. Those 1 to 3 are the poor of the poorer schools. Our topic is kept linked. Topic is electric circuit. I'll take grade 9, he will take grade 10. Term 3 is for 60 minutes. It's based on FET's circuit construction. Then the lesson overview is the center on simulation. I will deal with the components of electric circuits, the conceptual understanding, and will relate that to the real world examples. The learner will build a simple circuit using the FET simulation. So before any lesson, so that you don't get surprises, you know that the teacher has to prepare. So the teacher has to do demonstration prior going to class. Then we'll open the third sim and test them on the classroom devices, prepare a printed digital worksheet, and diagnostic question. Remember, the child doesn't come knowing nothing. He or she knows something. And we build up on that one. We arrange learners into group and assign their roles. And because we're coming from the schools some with differentiations, so we have to, we do the projection and demos. And I said it's CAPS aligned. We look at conceptual knowledge, practical skills, and scientific communication as CAPS requirements. Our learning goal is that by the end of this lesson, learners will identify and explain the functions of the basic electrical components and construct a simple circuit using these components, use a virtual lab to produce labeled circuit diagram, concluding by relating that to real world. The required OER, that is open educational resources that we're gonna use, is the circuit construction kit, DSC, that will be run in their browsers, in the laptops and tablets, and also use the YouTube to demonstrate the circuit construction, the third interactive simulation, and SIAVULA series. For the first 5 minutes, we'll facilitate the discussion, getting the prior knowledge of the child, and we observe and note the learning and understanding of the child on the topic. And we quickly do the diagnostic, quick check, the 3 multiple choice questions that you can ask this child. Then the learner's role will be to share the knowledge, what they have, and the experience that they have. We'll be using the resources like the whiteboard earlier on. And the next time is 10 to 18 minutes, where the teacher's role here will be to demonstrate to the whole class the SEM and the circuit, electric circuit to the whole class. Then the learner's role is to observe and record and ask questions. Thereafter, you give the child, we'll do the demonstration. So I'm going to do the demonstration of the first circuit construction for grade, for grade, for grade 9. So since I've explained that it's for the learners, catered here is for even those who are in the rural areas. So we've put the link in their devices, so there's no need to go to Google and stuff to waste most of the time. The child will only work like this. Oh. Exit. Okay. Thank you. Still. Technology. Yeah, there you are. It's just open it. So what we're gonna do now is to do the drag and drop method. So let me quickly do it. This is the workspace. We'll show the child the workspace of them in the virtual lab. So we're gonna do the drag and drop. So we're gonna do just a simple circuit by dragging the wire onto the workspace, and dragging the battery, the bulb, as well as the switch. So from this one, so they're all in there in this space, which we call it the workspace. So we now do the connection. So we take the bulb and you connect the wire onto the positive side of the battery. Then we take another one wire, we connect it onto the negative side of the battery. We take another wire and we pull it up. We can connect it anyhow, so it can move, it can twist, but as long as it does what you wanted it to do. Then we join it like that. We also take the switch, we connect it. You take the bulb, you connect it. So if the bulb is not connected properly, or if the connections are not done properly, so it won't light up, but we'll see at the end. Then we connect the wire as well as the last wire to join it on the vertical section. So there you are. So let's see now whether our connection is correct. So if it is correct, the bulb will light up. If we close the switch, it will light up. So there you are, it lights up. So if you want to close it again, to disconnect it, you just press the switch out. And this can be done using other tools in the box. The child can take the coin and put it up there and check whether it's working or not. Then the child can also take the voltmeter to measure the volts in the battery. Then you close it, you close the circuit, then you take the voltmeter and you measure the volt of the battery. Then you can see that the voltage is 9 volts of the battery. So this can continue with all other tools in the toolbox. Then you send it back. So there you are. If you want to disconnect all this, so you just click on it, so you cut and it gets disconnected. So because my teammate will also do it at the level of grade 10, so now I will stop there and give Richard the chance. Thank you.
I'm looking for your presentation. No, I'm looking for the present. It's not on this one. It's separate from this one.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, there are 2 people.
The second one, the one that says Richard. Okay, thank you. Is this the one? Okay. Okay, thank you so much. This is a continuation, as my colleague said, that learners are having a transition from grade 9 to grade 10 over the same topic. So the outline that I'm going to look at, mainly it's on the lesson objectives, the resources that my colleague has already indicated, the activities and the assessment. Okay, so my colleague mentioned that the lessons in most of the South African schools are in rural areas, and this gives us the need for us to use these virtual labs, because they remove that dependence on the actual laboratory. So that is the lesson, and in this lesson objectives, I will look mainly at the last 2 points there to measure the series, the difference between series and parallel connections, and to show that the voltage dividers can be the series circuit, and the current dividers may be the parallel circuits. So before you do this, these are the main resources. The primary 2, like she indicated, is the FET simulation, the one that she was demonstrating. We also have this reading from Siavula. It's also a free textbook that learners can have. And there's a demo video that you can do just to show the learners on how this can be done. This demo video, I got it from NECT, which is also a partner with the Department of Education. Oh, volume, I can't get it. Technician. Volume. Okay, just. Yeah, one other thing that I've learned that the space we are going into, you need to be technologically advanced, you know, to when you are moving between apps, moving between presentations, you need to make sure that you are well vested with the technology. It is on this one. Yeah, on that one. Okay, this one. Yeah, just.
Yeah, let me just open it into presentation.
Just play. Okay. Okay. Okay.
And welcome to this set of experiments. Joyce will be demonstrating the procedure that you need to take, and we'll discuss some of the points of the investigation as we're going along. So Joyce, one of the first things that I've got is a question. What is the purpose and the focus of this investigation?
All right. We're going to find out more about the effect of connecting resistors in series and resistors in parallel.
Are the learners doing this practical investigation to determine the effective resistance of resistors in series and parallel?
Oh yes. The learners will determine the values of the effective resistance of the resistors in series and in parallel. They will do so by calculations using formula in order to determine the reliability of the experimental values. But that's not why we're doing this experiment. We're doing this in order to determine that series circuit is a potential divider and that a parallel circuit is a current divider.
So Joyce, there are two very important concepts and learners often forget about them. But let's take a few moments to explain what we mean by that word, potential divider. Here is a diagram of two identical resistors connected in a series. When the switch is closed, the ammeter reads the current through the circuit. The readings on all the ammeters are identical because the same current passes through all the components of the series circuit. The first volt.
Okay, as you can see in that video, it's like about 15-30 minutes, but it all talks to the same presentation that we are looking at. Now, after you do that, now you need to go to the FATE simulation. let's go. Presentation mode. You need to go, it's here.
You want to go to first simulation?
Yeah, the presentation. Presentation mode.
You needed
To exit.
Yeah. Should be on. You're opening a lot of things there.
I think they were not closed.
You need to now share the duplicate.
Okay. I see.
Escape this one, and then you can go to your third simulation. There you are.
Okay. So now we want to demonstrate that the series circuit potential dividers. I'll do the way Pindi was doing it. First, we construct a quick circuit today. Put our a quick circuit today. So we have two bulbs which should be in series. We have two bulbs in series. We want to observe the brightness of these bulbs. We want to observe the brightness of these bulbs. Okay, so that is the brightness. Now the question in the presentation is, what happens if we put another bulb there? So if we add another bulb, we want to observe, we want our learners to see what happens to the brightness. You can see that actually the brightness has decreased. In other words, this talks about the current. If we are to involve the ammeter here, you can place the ammeter at any point in this circuit. You can see that the current in this case will remain the same at any point if you put the current, the ammeter. Okay. We'll put the let me close. Okay, so it is showing 0.3 amps. So you can put at any point, it will give you that 0.3 amps. So in other words, this concept now explains what it means that the series circuit is always a potential divider. You can see from the brightness of the bulbs. Now let's set a series circuit, a parallel circuit with the same number of bulbs. Let's put the first one there. I know I'm not taking time. I know I'm not taking time. Let's see. Okay. Let's see, put another one there. Sorry. Cut here. Okay, so if we close there, you can see the brightness of the bulb. That it is the same. In other words, it means that the voltage remains the same, because this type of a circuit shows that this is a current divider than the divider, because if we check the voltmeter now, it will give us the same value. You can take another one, you put it across this bulb. It is 9 volts as well. You can put another one there, you also see that it's 9 volts. So the voltage in that case will be a constant value. Now, in this case, the virtual lessons will be able to help us to explain the more difficult concept of current. That becomes very difficult for learners to understand. And in other words, you are looking at what is moving around. Those are the electrons, but that is not the direction of the current. With this interface, you can go now here on the interface to change, to show them the actual movement of the current. Because when you explain to the learners to say current moves from the positive to negative, it's very difficult to conceptualize, to say how does that happen. But when you explain to them that actually what moves from the positive to the negative to the positive are the electrons. So this can be shown when you go to that interface, that what is moving there are the electrons. Actually, the current is moving in the opposite direction. So that said is that we'll be able to demonstrate that, and becomes very easy for the lesson to continue. I don't want to struggle again to go back to the presentation. So in essence is that virtual labs can also be done in a blended mode if you have the equipment. Like you first demonstrate, then if you have the equipment, let the learners have a feeling, because one of the disadvantages of this lesson, if you are doing it virtually, is that learners may not have the experience of touching, for example, a short circuit. It will be very difficult. In a short circuit, you see a bulb blows out, you can get the smoke, you can get the wires hot, but in a virtual labs, they will not do it. So remember that we are teaching these learners to be real-world engineers, technicians, and so on. So they need to have that feeling of okay, yeah. The other part is nurturing inclusivity. It removes the fear, of course, of breaking, the impact. The undo button is very easy to go around that. Collaborative pairing also. You can change rows and give them different rows every time around. Then the language inclusivity, again, the PhET simulations is also available in many languages actually, not only those 3. You can still change to whatever language that you want your learners, or you feel learners are able to be comfortable with. Accessibility also, this is a universal. It allows students, those with the physical motor skills. It's easy sometimes to hold the mouse than actual holding the wires to put them, to connect them, so that can help them. And dragging components. Advantages, like I said, it is at 0 cost. The data is minimal. Then it's also exam readiness, the diagrams which are found in there. The specific challenges, like I indicated, it's more ideal, the virtual components that we are using there. Then we're overlooking the physical troubleshooting. In case the circuit does not work, with the virtual labs, all you have to do is to push the wire next to it. You see it lights. But in a physical lab, the learners have to learn the physical troubleshooting. Like I mentioned, the consequence of short circuits, they do not experience the real thing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, colleagues. Are there questions? Are there questions? We are 2 minutes before tea break.
Yeah. I request that you go back to the PhET simulation. Please demonstrate that short circuit. Okay. Thank you.
using the lab, I just want to demonstrate a short circuit, how it can happen. Let's make a simple. It's already it's already out. Eh? Oh, it's there. Okay, sure. All right. Let me remove the other components there. Let me remove the other components there. Okay. So a short circuit happens in most cases where you see when current is moving, it wants to move the shortest route possible. Okay, that's what causes a short circuit. So I'm going to put another wire here. Can you see what has happened? So the current decides to use the shortest route possible. So what I was trying to explain, you see the battery there. You see that the battery there now is just showing a fire in that case. But in real life, that battery will be hot. Even this wire, that triangle, will be very hot. So this is what I was saying, that in the actual real world, they miss this. So you need to explain, and this is our challenge as we head into this virtual lab teaching and learning. So we need to actually emphasize to learners that this is what they are going to experience. That fire represents that battery will be hot. The wire, that side, will also be hot. So that's a short circuit, and you can see that the bulbs goes off. Okay, thank you. Any other question?
You have a question? There's a question there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to check if, good morning. I would like to check if it is possible to save the projects on cloud or maybe for future. That is the only question that I have.
Yes. As you do this, especially when, like this presentation, you can record it and use it for the future. And also Fate, you can use it offline. Once you download it, you can put it on your laptop, then you can use it offline anytime.
Thank you, colleagues. Another round of applause for our physical science colleagues. Thank you so much, colleagues. Colleagues, it's about 11:02. It's tea break, and I think tea break is just outside at the foyer. We should be back by exactly 11:15. If we can come back just before then, I will appreciate it. Please, tea break, 15 minutes, colleagues, then we jump into chemistry. Thanks.
Okay.
Okay, colleagues, we are starting. We have chemistry. And a very interesting thing about chemistry is that chemistry was supposed to be in mathematics. He left mathematics running within a week and decided that he wants to be alone in this teacup of chemistry. I think that the group was too big for him. So, yeah, so the gangster paradise person from Gauteng province is the chemistry Mr. Siabulela Mukebe, who will take us through this teacup of chemistry, colleagues. So give a round of applause to him. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, colleagues. Okay. Okay. As introduced, my name is Siabulela Mukebe, and I'm going to be presenting about a topic under chemistry. So the topic that I chose is a topic under chemistry in grade 12. Right. So I'll start by showing you the overview of the presentation itself. So my presentation is going to mainly focus on acid-base titrations, and the point is to show how we can integrate simulations and virtual labs in the teaching of titrations, which is a section in physical science under chemical change, right? So I'll then move on to explain the rationale as to why I decided to choose this topic. Then from there, I'll speak to the alignment of this whole presentation to the CAPS document, because I think that is also very important, given the fact that we are in the South African context. And then I'll show my virtual lab demonstrations, and lastly, we'll look at issues of gender and inclusivity. Okay, so the first point that I want to make is that we want to advocate for virtual labs in a South African context, not only because of the fact that we are now in the fourth industrial revolution and the fact that everyone is now obsessed about technology, AI, and all that, but simply because of our systemic challenges that we have, and as a result that end up affecting the performance of our schools. So one of those would be the limited laboratory infrastructure, and then we look at things like the cost of maintaining a lab itself. It's very, very expensive to maintain a lab because the equipment in a laboratory is expensive itself, and also to find the right technicians who actually understand how to handle those things very well, that is also costly. So we look at things like the availability of data. Availability of data is also a challenge. And so on the right side of my slide, I speak about some of the mitigating ways in which virtual labs and simulations can help alleviate these problems. And one of those would be the fact that virtual labs or simulations are available offline, right? So what that means is that a teacher can download it, and then it's saved on the teacher's desktop or laptop, and then the teacher can be able to demonstrate it using a projector, right? So even if the classroom is too big or it has a lot of learners, right, but the teacher can still be able to use this. And you don't actually need an IT specialist to be able to work with virtual labs and simulations. If a teacher understands the content that they want to teach and they understand how to integrate it in the lesson that they want to deliver, and therefore it makes things much more easy for learners to also benefit from the lesson itself. So yeah, so now I want to talk about my rationale as to why I decided to choose acid-base titration. So as stipulated before, that acid-base titration is a topic that is under chemical change, right? And it's assessed in paper 2, and it's mainly about 55% of the of the content in grade 12. And also, again, because the equipment that is needed to actually teach titrations is itself expensive. It's not like these other areas of chemistry. Like, for example, being able to buy hydrochloric acid or sodium hydroxide, that is quite expensive. So it's much more easier to teach those concepts using virtual labs and simulations. And I also thought of some of the concerns that have to do with those chemicals. So for example, if you look at sulfuric acid is one of the strongest acids, and it's corrosive. So if learners don't handle it well, and if the teacher is maybe distracted during a lesson, that can cause serious problems. So you can easily teach that using virtual labs and simulations without putting yourself in trouble as a teacher, because as much as we want to teach the learners, but we also don't want to teach them in such a way that we increase the likelihood of being in trouble as teachers. So there's also some high-level algebraic manipulations that have to do with teaching acid-base titrations, because you're looking at things like concentration and moles and all that. So it's much more easier, again, to teach those things using simulations and virtual labs. So the CAPS document speaks to 3 aims, right, of teaching physical science in South Africa. And one of that would be doing science. So if learners actually manipulate those variables using the simulation, they are actually doing the science, right? And number 2, learners have to know the science, right? So a virtual lab is important in that regard, because in a virtual lab does not only encapsulate the phenomenon, but it actually allows learners to perform the experiment itself. So it's different from the simulation in that regard. It doesn't simplify things too much. It actually enables them to actually work with different apparatus. So for example, they can handle a burette, not physically, but virtually. They can look at a burette, they can see what a funnel looks like, they can see what a flask look like. So, and also we have science in society as part of the aims. So we do have simulations that actually deal with how to use all this knowledge in society. So for example, in a province like Gauteng, you'll find that rivers or waters are affected by some of the chemicals from the mines, right? And as a result, that changes the pH of the water. So if you want learners, or another example would be that for a farmer, it's very important to understand the pH of the soil, right? So you can actually show the learners how to actually check that pH, but doing so using your simulations. So this is how the CAPS document aims are actually linked to what we're going to discuss today. So I have 3 different types of demonstrations that I want, but I'm mostly going to focus on the first 2. Firstly, because the first 2 are free, right? So these first 2 are free, and then this one you have to pay a subscription. So these 2 are the ones that can actually cater for most of our schools in South Africa. And the nicest thing about these things is that a teacher or learners don't actually have to have a desktop or a laptop or anything of that sort. They can actually use their smartphones to actually do this thing, right? And not all of them have to have the smartphone. If one of them has a smartphone, you can group them into groups and make sure that you assign roles in such a way that all of them are actually benefiting from the lesson itself. So the first one is the FET simulation. The FET simulation, the reason why I want to use this one is because it doesn't actually teach learners how to perform the titration, but what it does is it teaches them the difference, for example, between a weak acid and a strong acid, a weak base and a strong base, because they also need to understand that in a microscopic level in order for them to be able to understand how it will then be affected by something like titration, right? And then in a chem collective is not a simulation. This is a virtual lab. So this is where we're actually going to perform the experiment itself. So Then here I recorded my demonstration of this, so please watch and listen.
Hello folks. Alright, so in this video I'm going to show you how to access the PET simulation so that we can be able to compare the differences between us. Hello folks. So now we're going to use Chem Collective
Sorry guys, I'm trying to zoom this thing and it's far. Oh, okay.
Alright, so in this video I'm going to show you how to access the PET simulation so that we can be able to compare the differences between a strong and weak acid, because this is one of those concepts that are difficult sometimes or confusing for learners to understand, right? So I'm going to search PHET dot Colorado .edu and then enter. Now, one of the great things about PET interactive simulation is that they have multiple languages. So, for example, I'll go to on simulations. And if you go to all simulations, I want to start by showing you that this is available in different languages. Right. So if I click on local and then English, click on that, and you can see that these are multiple languages, including this Xhosa. Right, I'm Xhosa, so this is Xhosa, this is Zulu, and things like that. So that's one of the nicest Afrikaans. That's one of the nicest things about this simulation. It has multiple languages, which makes it much more accessible to a larger population. Right. So that's the first thing. And another important thing that I want to show you is that if we scroll down and scroll now, these are various simulations. For now, we don't want to concern ourselves with that. If I click on offline access, which is obviously going to be important in our South African context, given the fact that we sometimes experience things like load shedding and power cuts. Right? So if I click on the peak, then you see, so you can be able to download it for your Windows or your Mac OS. Then for learners that may not have access to a laptop or a desktop, whatever the case might be, they can also download the app through Google Play. It's available for Android phones, tablets, and Chromebooks. And then those that are owning an iPhone, they can also download it in the App Store. So really, it's accessible in that regard. It's accessible. So without wasting any much time, and now I want to search the simulation that we want to concern ourselves with. So you see, I just typed acid and it showed me acid-based solutions. This is exactly what I'm looking for. going to click on introduction, right? Intro. Okay. So if I click on intro, this is what I'm going to see on my screen. So this is my strong acid, and this is how it looks like. And again, if maybe you've already started your simulation, but for some reason you decide that you want to change the language, you can always click here, and then this will take you to maybe isiZulu if you want isiZulu or any other language, Afrikaans or Sesotho or any other language. Right? But anyway, so this is my strong acid. Now, if I want to change maybe the concentration of my acid, you click on my solutions, and yeah, I want my concentration to be at 0.1 there, right? So my molarity is 0.1 there, so that is what I want. So,
okay. The video is too long, so now I'm going to move on to Chem Collective, where I'm actually going to perform the titration. Right, so, yeah.
So now we're going to use Chem Collective to actually perform those titrations. Right. So first thing first is to find Chem Collective. So we first need to find Chem Collective. Chem Collective. .org. And enter. Right, now this is how that page looks like. And so I'm going to click on acid-base chemistry. Then from there, you go on acid-base titrations. Determine the concentration of hydrochloric acid using a standardized sodium hydroxide solution. Oh, I want this one. So here we want to perform this titration, right? We want to find the concentration of an unknown hydrochloric solution using sodium hydroxide and sodium KHP. Right now, first thing that we're going to do here is to actually weigh our KHP. And remember, the reason why we're using KHP is because we can't really trust sodium hydroxide, because sodium hydroxide is hygroscopic. So really, it means that approximate one molarity, we can't trust it. So we actually need to use KHP. And the nicest thing about KHP is that, remember, KHP stands for potassium hydrogen chelate. The nicest thing is that their ratio is 1:1 with sodium hydroxide. So let's begin. So I took out my scale, and then now I need to weigh. So I'm going to click on glassware, then other, then I add my weighing board. That's the weighing board right there. You see the mess of the weighing board. That's the mess. And let's go back to your stockroom. Stockroom solutions. I want to weigh my KHP, potassium hydrogen it tells you that 5.00 grams has been transferred. Then, done. So now that I weight my potassium hydroxide, I can delete it now. Remove it. So, sure. Then, the next step, I'll take my flask.
Yeah, I think I've demonstrated how to use that thing. The video is just too long, so for the sake of time, I want to move on to another slide. So the takeaway of this is that you can see that we can actually teach an acid-base titration using both a simulation and a virtual lab. A simulation helps in that it shows your learners the differences between a weak solution and a strong solution. And that, with that knowledge, they can then understand what is happening when we actually perform the titration. So the video is too long, but when you perform the titration, there gets to a point where when you swell your flask, there's a color change there. And the color change, we normally call it the equivalence point. And so those are some of the things that you can actually explain using that. So, but in order for us to be able to link these two things, what is also important from my point of view as a teacher is that you need to create a worksheet that actually scaffolds learners into doing that. Because if you can just give them these two platforms, as much as they are important, they won't be able to actually get the gist of what is actually happening here. So you have to create your lesson plan in such a way that you guide them as to what is actually happening. And one of the benefits of this is to actually create your worksheet and make them deliberately make mistakes. So you want them to learn what is called error spotting. So you want them to learn from their mistakes. The nicest thing is that here they won't waste any chemicals. So if they make the mistake, you then ask them questions on the basis of the mistake that they make. Why is this wrong? How did you come about this? And then how can you prevent this from happening? Things like that. So virtual labs mitigate the effects caused by the digital divide in education. Siyabulela. Thank you. Oh, questions?
No questions. Is there any question for chemistry? Chemistry is the last baby on the block that came in last week, leaving mathematics, running to chemistry. It was interesting with our chemistry colleague that the fact that he's explaining to say that the chemical, you won't have the spill within the classroom or the lab, the physical lab. You're not going to see the spill. You're not going to see those accidents happening where some of the learners that we have, maybe they are they're physically impaired or anything. People don't want to, even the smell of the chemical. So I think those are the advantages that I think he showed us to say, this one helps with some of us, like, no, I have chronic sinuses like my breadwinner here in front of me, CEO, won't be able to be, will go into that chemistry class, no problem with the virtual lab, instead of saying that, I can't go in there, the smell is too much. But now she can actually be able to go in there because we are utilizing virtual lab. So thank you so much for the chemistry group, but one person within the chemistry. Colleagues, we are now going to the fun part. We've heard the terminologies that are so hectic and all of that. I think it is too hectic terminology, especially when it comes to the real STEM. So we are stepping out of the real STEM, we are going to the STEAM. We are going to the exciting STEAM. I think STEAM, all of you are going to enjoy the exciting STEAM because of you are in STEM. So the STEAM, the A in that STEM is going to be so interesting that you're going to even want to use those simulations to also assist, because some of our colleagues that are there, they are able to use the actual ones that are the homes to show us how they can do it. So I think the next one is coding and robotics, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, so coding and robotics, the first person that we have is online, but I don't know if we can show it online because I can see it here, but I cannot see it here. Do you have it there? Okay, So maybe you can run the presentation this side, but we want to see her. That's the thing. We would like to see her on the board, the coding and robotics. But I think while we are sorting it out, the first, it is her, Ms. Puchiragupala. She's our eldest the citizen there she is. I'm happy I can see you, Maragopala. I'm excited that you are here. I'm excited to see you, that you were able to connect. She wanted to be with us in this room. Like I say, she's a retired principal from Limpopo. She has been with us. She's the top class. We know when you say that for virtual labs and everything else that we are doing at SACE, she's in the top tier. She completes her task early. Even the certificate, she's the first one to even get it. At her 70 plus, I don't want to expose your age. At the 70 plus years, she's able to do that. But she's not doing it alone. She is on this COP, Community of Practice. We also have, why am I echoing? Okay, we also have Mr. Vusi from KZN who will come in with his presentation afterwards. So therefore, colleagues, I want to officially now hand over to Mam Putirahopala, our techno gogo in South Africa. That's what we call a techno granny. Yes, it's techno granny. That's what we call her in South Africa. And she is she's a recipient of the Baobab of the President of South Africa. So she's this one is not sleeping. She's a techno person par excellence. So because I'm hearing myself speak, I have a problem. I hope that we can hear you. Maragopala, can you hear us? We can hear you, we can see the presentation. Yes. Now I think it's better. They can just increase the volume. Can you speak? Again? Good morning. I'm muted. You've muted me. Yeah, all right. Can you just switch on the microphone? Please switch it on. We can hear you. We can hear you. This one is mute. I'm muted here. Maragopala, we can hear you. Can you hear me? Okay, you can start. Your 15 minutes starts now. Thank you. Share it again.
Yes. Yes.
We can hear you now.
Thank you so much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm greeting you from Limpopo province. I'm here to present as a non-STEM teacher about EMS in grade 7, the Economics and Management Sciences, based on the sector of economy, using the IVLST that we were taught by Prof. Schiller. Now, let me enter. Move. Is somebody sharing there? Move it. Is somebody sharing there? Okay, please tell us. We're moving to the second page now.
Is somebody sharing there with me?
Yes, we are.
Yes.
You can just assist us on which page you want to, we want us to go.
Sharing?
Okay. Next slide.
Please get to slideshow.
Okay, control.
I've decided to share because all of you are not sharing. I don't know what you're doing.
Now, short presentation. I'm a retired school principal.
I don't have control.
For 40 years in the teaching industry. I'm a generation boomer.
No.
And but I tried by all means to close the gap of being a boomer to be where the alpha are. I'm 68, I'm working towards 70, but I'm still having debated. I'm still running the race. Next slide, please. Now, in short, digital laboratory platform, it just allows us to perform online experiments. As whether you are a STEM teacher or a STEAM teacher, you can do it. This IVLST cut across all kinds of teachers, whether you are science or non-scientists. Another slide. Now, let me take you back. I started my sub-A school in 1965 under the tree in that house that you see in the front. During break, we were playing Masikitana. I don't know if you know Masikitana. Manutuantuane. Yes. Please play that video and see what I'm doing with those stones. Please play that video. Yes. Can you hear it? Can you hear it?
No, I'm doing the sharing with sound.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. To the next slide, please. There, I just wanted to show you. There, I wanted to show you that simulation started long ago. It didn't start now. But from being under the tree in 1965, doing my sub-A, even in this house, in this shop, today I'm a cloud teacher. That's where I realized that what I did in 1965 under the tree playing Masikita, simulating the stones to talk, this is what actually I'm doing today as a cloud teacher. Through what? Through technology apps, through AI. So this AI, whatever, resources has a base coming as far as 1965 and back. It's just that our great-grandparents couldn't document what they did those times, but it has a base. Next slide, please. Now, I'm going to showcase this sectors of economy in grade 7. We know about the primary stage where we get the raw material. So next slide. When you teach learners in theory, spend few minutes to theorize your lessons. Don't take the whole year theorizing what you are teaching. The most important thing is to show them pictures. Pictures that are not dead. Pictures that are active.
and create those pictures on your own. Don't wait for the school to buy pictures for you. Be a creator. This I use Copilot plus Giro. These two apps are being, yes, simulate that picture so that learners can understand what is primary stage. Oh, this is where we get the raw materials, and people are working hard. They are planting millions. They are doing this and that. Next slide, please. From primary stage, now we get to secondary stage, where things are processed. The popcorns, the mealies are being processed here to be popcorns. The yogurt, the milk is being processed here to be a yogurt. The next slide, show learners with pictures. The pictures that have been created by you, the teacher. Show the action in the manufacturing industry, processing. Some of the abstract ways can be simply explained by what? By action, processing. They see people processing. Why? In action, simulation. Now, next slide, please. Next slide. The tertiary stage, where those processed material are being now turned into products. Now, from millies, those millies being processed, now they are products. We have popcorns here. That's where the popcorns are being sold to your supermarket, to your spaza shop. Tertiary stage, service and distribution. Play that video.
Loading these boxes now for delivery.
That will be $45.99, please.
Here you go.
Thank you.
Exchange of money, exchange of goods in the service and distribution. That is EMS in grade 7. Teach, don't teach like this book. This book is dead. Next slide, please. Yes, the main objective. The main objective is for the learners to learn on how to create the teacher's lesson, not to absorb the teacher's lesson. I grew up absorbing the teacher's lesson, literally absorbing it, so that during the exam I reproduce. Today we want learners to do what? To create the teacher's lesson. We want creators. We want people who can stand on their own to create the lesson, not to absorb it. Next slide, please. Yes, here is an example of a project that I gave learners to create what I taught them. Please, and I used Scratch.
Come, let us learn coding.
Learners can be able to create. Click this link that says http://scratch.me.edu project 12852. Click this link. Click that link. That ends with yes. Say yes. Yeah. Or who is supposed to sign in now? Because I'm not the one playing it. Oh my God. Show it. Wow. Where are the technicians there? How can we do this? Just copy that link. I don't know. Where are the technicians? coding. And in coding, what I like is that it cuts across all the subject areas. There is mathematics, there is literacy, there is geography, there is art, there is everything. I mean, the introduction of STEAM gave us confidence that we, the non-science people, can also do it. I'm sorry that I cannot show it because I'm not the one playing it. These are the recommendations and the words of wisdom and the gratitude. Thank you so much, Prof. Shida and the SACE and all the people who made me to have this knowledge. You took your time to train us. Thank you so much, but I'm not happy because I didn't show my scratch. You will see what I mean. You will see what I mean when I say learners must create teachers' lesson on their own. Like I said, thank you so much. Get to the last slide. Last slide, please. Last slide, please. Are you there?
That was the last slide when you were saying thank you, Maragopala.
This is the last slide.
Yes.
Those who want to see my portfolio, my e-portfolio.
No, not today.
Of my e-portfolio. And I'm on diamond. I earned more points and they gave me a diamond.
Thank you, thank you. Everyone is clapping for you here. Don't worry about the scratch. Your partner is going to do the scratch and will show the scratch. Thanks. If I can hand over to our next presenter, who will also be able to show that scratch, how to do the scratch. This one is going to share now. Colleagues, we are moving to this laptop to share. Is this yours?
I think it's fine when I sit. Sanbonani. You know, in Zulu, we say Sanbonani because at times we will not have the clocks. So we'll just carry it and say Sanbonani. It means greetings, colleagues. I'm Mr. J.V. Mvungande, the principal of Apamhlatuze Primary School. The rest situated in KwaZulu-Natal, King Cetshwayo District. I think I'm standing on the shoulders of a giant technology, technogogo. I think we will find the her credentials for Scratch, then we will show maybe later on what she did. Unlike politicians, teachers solve real problems. With the politicians, if there is no problem, they create one. I'm not so sure what is going on there. Maybe I should be on slideshow. Where are the technicians? Gogo was asking. Right. This one. In Zulu we say into zabantu. And it happens when you are presenting for NTAs, then everything just go blank and you will be frustrated. But fortunately for this time, no one is judging. We are all here to contribute. people decided not to ask questions because they were afraid that they were going to be asked questions. No, please. So what, basically, my introduction and problem statement, I was saying the main problem with coding and robotics and its delayed implementations phase is that there are no resources. But in reality, there are online resources that teachers can use to start coding and robotics. I don't want to talk about those slides. The technicians are still at the laboratory here. So we will be showing how learners participate in coding and robotics. Maybe we can try on that side. I also emailed this version to Pinky. Pinky, can you find it? From that side. Okay. If Metuzana is sharing on that side, you will be missing some videos that I wanted to show you. But there are links. You will be following those links from Apamtla to the channel. Maybe while we are doing that, yeah. Thank you very much. You will get credits for that. 5 CPDD points. So now we are saying teachers should start implementing coding and robotics despite the shortage of resources, especially rural schools. This presentation seeks to showcase how Scratch. I'm not going to go further on the similarities and differences. There is AI, you may find similarities and differences between Scratch and other coding platforms like LegoSpike Prime, but if you look at that interface, it's for LegoSpike Prime. LegoSpike Prime will require you to have resources, and at the cheapest one will be going around at 10,000 Rand a set. That will be the cheapest. Then this is Scratch, and you will be paying 0 Rand for this one, because learners will just download Scratch on their laptops, and even on their cell phones, they will start coding. You can see the interface is almost the same. There are links for LegoSpike Prime projects. I'm not going to show you those videos now, because I might be taking too much time. I will tell you how we are going to find it. I want to go to this one. I'm not so sure if it's going to open. Or I have to exit this one. Okay. I'm not so sure if we have volume. Scratch 3.0 just to animate, what is it? Animate, very good. A dancing learner, a dancing child there. So they coded it, as you can see here, this is the code. This is the platform for Scratch. Simple, 0 rand. Do you have a reason not to code? No. You don't have a reason not to code. What is it now? Okay, I was here. Back to slideshow. From current slide. Okay, you can also do some courses with UNISA. Free of charge. You'll be paying only 2,000 rand for your school to get 10,000 rand resources. There will be around 40,000 rand in value, but you'll be paying 2,000 rand indemnity for those resources and do M1, M2. I'm also doing M3 now. Not so sure if it's moving. Okay, I showed you that video. You know that most of you here, you do have those certificates. We really appreciate the work that is done by Prof. Sheila Mphahlele, the CEO, and Meduzana. We can also simulate using apps, cell phone apps. We have rangers, tanks, juicy gems, as well as boats. These apps, there are advantages and disadvantages. You'll find that you don't have to teach this now, because even Meta AI can do that. This is Rangers. Now it's exiting and coming back. That is giving us problems here. But I wanted to show you how learners can simulate using this one. So these are the learners from Kandla, KwaZulu-Natal, where there is no network or signal, but they can code because we download those apps to their cell phones. I like the from the current slide, where are we now? Okay. Right, there is also tanks, which is almost the same thing as rangers. There is also juicy gems. I think learners like this one the most. Juicy gems, you don't need tokens. Maybe we should open this one. I'm starting from, I should be ending this one first. Still have a reason not to code? No, there is no reason not to code. Okay. Oh, my time is up. But before I go, let me show you something here. Let me end this one. Can you end this one so that you can show? No, I just want from this side. Where is the cancel? Can you exit this one? Oh, Commonwealth of Learning, free courses brought to you by Commonwealth of Learning and SACE. You can do those foundations of assessing learners online. There is computational thinking for teachers. There is learning to learn online. There are so many courses that you can do with help from SACE and Professor Sheila Mphahlele. But I wanted to show you how I integrate lab exchange. It's just called just robotics by learners. I wanted no, this one, not this one. Can you move to, yeah. Lab exchange. If you really want your learners to learn online, you want to manage a class online, you can go to lab exchange here. Then you log in. Using my email address. Going under JV. I don't know why is it highlighting my surname, because I spelled it correctly. Never and never again. All right. Then on Lab Exchange, you can have your classes here. My grade 7 class. There are so many resources on this platform. You can see that the South African curriculum is there. So these are my learners, and for now I enrolled 6. You can also look at you can add content. Even this one is here. I added it. You must explore this one. It's a nice one. It's a nice one to have for your classrooms, because you can even send messages to your learners, allowing them to learn at their pace. You see, I was telling this one to start downloading boats because it's free. Maybe we will have time and do more, but for now I want you to not download, but to sign up for Lab Exchange and explore, and have more answers from you after exploring. This is your homework. Thank you very much.
The principal has spoken. The principal has spoken. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you so much to the group of robotics and coding. We said we're not going to leave them out because there's no way that we can leave this new baby in South Africa out, South African curriculum out, as much as they are still complaining about the implementation, but we are moving. We are still moving with them. Colleagues, we are now dealing with gender. In STEM, it's only one person who's going to deal with the gender, Eastern Cape, or the gender in STEM has demonstrated. I don't know if she knows a chair, but there's a chair there. You can put it here in front so that you can be able to work. What do you need to do? No, just to click so as to start the videos.
I teach computers to learners from grade 1 to 7. I also am in charge of the coding and robotics at my school from grade 4 to 7. So in this session, I'm going to introduce you to the different platforms I've come across which are suitable into the South African context. I'm going to explore the principles of creating a gender-neutral environment. I'm going to showcase for you the microbit make code simulator. I've also brought ones with, so everybody can see there is no real difference between the real thing and using the simulator. I'll also link it to the South African context and the CAPS curriculum, and then I'll give you some practical recommendations on how to implement everything. Now, virtual labs provide learners a safe, interactive space to be able to conduct simulations, test ideas, and practice skills. Now, this could be used in a foundation phase class. You can see they are comparing the weights, and the nice thing is you can put in what each shape represents. So it's allowing those kids who are able to extend themselves, and they then need to balance according to the weights of the different objects. These tools remove the barriers related to physical equipment and allow learners to do scientific experiments without having the physical equipment with them. Now, this video I'm going to show you, I really liked it from a gender-neutral role. As you can see, the person's hand on the laptop, but on his screen, his hand's a glove, and that hand can be anybody's hand. Advanced Acids and Bases Virtual Lab. So all they're saying in the video is welcome to the virtual world where you can do different experiments. So for a high school, this would be amazing if you didn't have the equipment or the facilities to be able to do that. So platforms like PhET, Tinkercad, Labster, and the microbit make code encourage learners to model concepts and engage in authentic problem solving. With my role in coding and robotics in the Eastern Cape, I was told by Professor Kraling, who was the developer of the tanks and rangers and boats and all those programs, he said our job as teachers is to get the children to think about their thinking. He doesn't want us to create programmers or kids who are launching rockets. He just wants them to be able to understand how they came across something. Now, to ensure that we have a gender-neutral environment, one way is to avoid gender stereotyping. So when we do give projects to the children, avoid this for the boys, that for the girls. Rather link it to community problems which they are aware of or which most of the children live through. So load shedding alert. At the moment, my town has no electricity again because the pylons fell down. So this is so relevant even to a semi-private type school. No child can escape what happens in our country. So even a water saving reminder, a school safety device, maybe you could even ask them to code or create something to control noise levels in the class, that if the class becomes too rowdy, a beeper or something can go off. Now, when you are creating that environment, we don't refer to the kids as boys or girls, you refer them as to the job they are doing. So you'll say, okay, coders, you guys are going to go first, or the testers, or the designers. Use words which are gender neutral and includes everybody. So another important factor is to remember that when you assess the learner's work, don't assess it on how it looks. Because often the girls are more detail-oriented and they'll make sure everything is perfect and pretty. But beforehand, have your rubrics. Know that you are testing. So for this case, they'll get their marks if the sensor switches on and off. If they followed your brief, not just if it spits glitter at everybody, then all of a sudden it's the best project. Look at what they've done to create that project. Now, when you do split the children into groups, best is to make it mixed gender groups. And I do this a lot when I do my Lego coding with my kids. They'll, like with the Spark Prime, I use the Spark Essentials for the little kids. And when we start, we look how many steps the activity is going to take. So say there are 30 steps and there are 3 of them. So for 10 steps, one child will be the coder, one child will be the designer, the tester, then they swap their roles. So then in the end, you're ensuring that everybody is reflected in that task. Everybody can speak about the task because they've all experienced the different aspects of creating that model or working on that project. If you find your learners are working on their own, you can do the same. At the end, you can ask them to reflect, what did you do as the coder in the project? What did you do as the designer? What did you do as the tester? So this isn't just something for group work, it can also be done individually. Now, the microbit simulator, it is micro, it looks like this. It's very hardy. This microbit simulator can become a compass. There's multiple inputs into the microbit. So when you are doing, or concept I try to put through to my children is that a robot can only do what you tell it to do. So if you haven't told it to move forward, it won't move forward. So this is an amazing device to use, and I'm going to showcase you now. I've done the projects, I've recorded the projects on the screen, and I've downloaded it onto the microbit for you to see. Now, this platform is extremely user-friendly. When you log onto it, you can choose to sign in or not. If you do not sign in, it still saves your work, but it saves it to the device you just worked on. If you sign in, the children will be able to sign in at their home, and then they can get their projects. So you just need to decide how you want to work it. Now, as you sign in, you'll see there's multiple tutorials. So even a teacher who does not know anything about coding or about the microbit, if you had to watch one of the tutorials before you taught the lesson, you would know what to do. So if you had to choose the tutorial, it's best to always start where they recommend. So with this one, I started with the flashing heart. This will pop up, and then you have an option to play a YouTube video where someone is working with the physical microbit to show you. You also have the option for extension. So if you do have kids who are into the programming or the computer side of stuff, they can do it in Python, but you'll notice that the block coding looks very similar to the Scratch coding and the Spark Prime coding. All of it works with blocks which are color-coded to help learners identify what they're working with. Now, if you choose a tutorial, this is what your screen will look like. You'll have your simulator, which is your microbit. You'll have your toolbox. Now, in a tutorial, they only give you what you need to use. So for those learners who feel overwhelmed or who think they can't, they've taken all the noise away and they can focus on what they need. In your workspace is where the learners will drag and drop the code. That is exactly what they do again in the Spark, in the Scratch coding as well. Now, at the top, it gives them a set of instructions to follow. So if they aren't able to read, they're able to listen to it, hear it being read to them. Once they've done the instruction, they click next and they move on. If you choose to do your own project, you're now a little bit more advanced. You'll see you now have your full tool set, and if the instructions are taken away. So once your children have worked through the different tutorials, they would then be on this part of the platform where they can use what they've built in the tutorial to create one of the projects you're wanting to create, which is based on your community. So the first project I want to show you, this is just to show you different inputs. Now, okay, so this device on its own is nothing. It needs a power source. So when you do, if you do purchase it, you get a little battery pack. But from my experience, even no matter how careful the kids are with it, the wires come loose at the battery pack. And then you sort of, then you have to get a very good person to help you reconnect it. But this project, what I did, it was all about inputs. So one of the inputs I gave it was, if I shake the microbit, the word SACE will come across the screen. And it's just like in the shops, if you walk past and they've got those digital screens where the words are going across, like open now, That's what they're creating. They're creating a string. And then if they press the button A, it will show a heart. Now it's on, so if I shake it, SACE comes across. And then if I press the heart, it shows the heart. Now what baffles some of the children is they will switch it on and it's not working. So straight away they're able to realize that I haven't told it forever. I haven't told it on start. I've only told it when so it's just like your microwave. If you don't press the buttons, it's not going to work. So now what I've just shown you here is what I've done in the simulator. There. So you get your code. So I've said on shake. I wanted to show the string. And I changed it from hello to SACE. And if you notice now, you can't physically go shake your device, because that's what some kids are going to think. So they've added in a simulated button to simulate the shaking of the device. So again, now when I add the press button A, as soon as it plays, nothing happens. Only when they press button A will the heart show, and only when they shake it will SACE show. So I've done it, these microbits, I do it more often with the simulator than with the physical microbit, because with the microbit, if you only see the kids for an hour, you need to hand the microbits out. You've got to pair it. Pairing just means getting the computer to talk to the little microbit so it doesn't talk to somebody else's in the class. And by that time, you've lost 10 minutes. We're using the simulator and the microbit. It's just a matter of going into the program, typing what your project is going to be, and you're ready to start. Now, the next simulation, this is one where I used light sensors, or the light levels. So this could be to warn people if there's load shedding has happened and they aren't aware. So with this example, I'd like to show you that you don't need the battery pack. You can also do it just by connecting it to the computer. So as long as this has a power source, it can do what you've programmed it to do. So what I've told the microbit to do, that if the light quality, okay, I need to space it up. If the light quality is good, it's going to show a tick. If the light quality drops below 60, I don't know if you can hear, it makes a little alert sound and then a cross appears on the microbit. Now, in your simulator, so this simulator I did on my tablet, so you'll see it looks slightly different, but in the left-hand corner, you can see there I'm adjusting the different light levels. Okay, this isn't working now, but it makes the same beeping sound. So the children could easily just adjust the light level and then see what happens to their code. So with this, you're bringing in maths. The creativity for the kids is unbelievable. In the microbit app, you can use sounds from the library. Your more musical kids can go and create their own sounds to use as the alert. So in a South African context, it lets you solve real-world problems. Large classes aren't a problem as long as you have a device. I wouldn't go bigger than, if you're working with the microbit on one device, maybe 3 kids, because you eventually will find one child will hog the device. So if you do have large classes, make sure you are physically present, that you are monitoring the situation and walking around. You're able to use it offline as well. And then, to link it to the South African context, the load shedding notifier, the water reminder, I made another one where I let it count down. Now, if you know stuff about code, the aim of code is to get it as short as possible. You don't want to code this long
for your device to read. So that would also be a way for you to see which children are understanding what they're doing, if they're able to put repeats in, or if they are still just having a long string of code. The noise monitor works similar to the light sensor, where you can set it to a certain level, and if the noise is too loud, it will make an alarm, or if it's perfect, you can let it play any or show any picture on your LED. So yeah, the microbit allows you to not just assess the code, but to assess the children's creativity. Coding is a group work. All coding is sort of done in group work, unless you're one of those children at primary school who want to do Python and you want to code on your own. But Spark Prime, all the tangible Africa games promote children doing it in a group, because that's the real context our kids are going to find themselves in. And not just groups of children from the same grade if it's a club, but mixing the grades up. At my school, it's been phenomenal with the fact that I have grade 7s greeting grade 5 children, and vice versa. So it's such coding and robotics, even in the virtual world, is an amazing way to make your school one, and to let those children who aren't the rugby players, aren't the soccer players, to be able to come and be part of something. So if you are able to use the microbit, I would suggest maybe buying one, so that you can in the beginning demonstrate to the children what they're going to be doing in the real world, and then letting them get an opportunity to use the simulator. And keep your roles gender neutral. It's the coder, the programmer, just so that everybody feels included in it. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed it.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, colleague. I think you have also saved us a few minutes on that one. Yes, you have. Round of applause to this one, colleagues. Is there any question? Okay, I knew that there would be a question there.
No, it's a simple one and a very short one. Do you mind if we put you in our TCOP, Coding and Robotics? Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, apparently now you want to leave the gender, because it was about gender neutrality, but you can always include it within coding and robotics. It's not a problem. So you'll be part of that TCOP. Thank you so much, colleague. Colleague, before lunch, we have arts and non-STEM. Am I correct? We have arts and non-STEM. Arts and non-STEM. Is it this group? No, it's the biggest group. Uti, where you come from, all of you? It's amazing. It's the biggest group. We have Fatima Khan from Gauteng. We have Michael Pahlane, who's online. Is also from Gauteng. And another thing about this group is that they have Michael Pahlane. Michael Pahlane is in Gauteng, is online this time. But Michael Pahlane is going to represent this entire group and the entire country in the AFTRA conference in Botswana. So Commonwealth of Learning sponsoring that to represent all of us and present the South African perspective with regards to this program. So we have that, and then we have the last one, which is, I think, Althea? Yes. Oh, okay. We have Althea, who's the last one, which is from Western Cape. I think I was telling the Western Cape colleagues that last week we have a person from Western Cape that will be able to showcase in their province. So like you see, we have all provinces. Actually, except my province. I can't even believe it. Northern Cape. I cannot believe I don't have my province. Where I was born. Now I must talk to Mr. Brown. What is happening with Northern Cape? It's amazing. Colleagues, let me give you an opportunity to start your presentation and not waste your time. Yeah, almost on time. Thanks.
All right, good day and Welcome to our art and non-STEM subject. Today we're actually going to be talking about virtual reality as a tool for creative and experiential learning, together with myself, Fatima Zahra from Gauteng, then Althea Bartman over here from the Western Cape, and then Desebo over here from Free State. All right, so yes, today we will be focusing on virtual reality, or VR, as a tool for creative and experiential learning in art and non-STEM subjects. So today we will show you how technology can actually enhance accessibility, engagement, and creativity in the classroom. Oops. Okay, yes, meet the team. It's that lively group over there, that lively table over there. And yes, just like to reiterate what Professor Sheila said earlier on, this collaboration actually reflects how educators from different regions of South Africa can share ideas and also experience like new experiences, and also improve teaching practices through technology. So we're from all over. Yeah. So yes, let's talk a bit about accessibility and impact. So technology has significantly improved accessibility in education. Digital tools actually allow learners, mainly with disabilities as well, to access learning materials through assistive technologies such as screen readers and braille displays as well. Technology also supports learners in remote and under-resourced areas by providing online learning platforms and digital resources. So in South Africa, these tools can help bridge gaps between schools with different levels of resources. So yeah, technology also enables personalized learning as well as flipped classrooms. And even data-driven decisions that help teachers support learners a bit more effectively. And just looking at the slide over here, like just to continue, the impact of teaching technology continues to transform the learning environment in several ways. Virtual labs and simulations allow learners to explore complex ideas, even when schools do not have physical resources. So technology also supports global collaboration, which Mr. Sebo is going to speak about further. And yeah, another benefit is lifelong learning, where digital platforms allow learners and educators to continue developing skills throughout their lives, as we are lifelong learners. In addition, digital tools improve admin tasks as well, and lessons it for teachers as well. So just moving on.
Okay, let's go to the next. Okay, so before moving to the next, I want to also tell you, everybody has to tell me your name today, okay? So let's do it. I am.
Whereby we I'm Desebo from Free State, South Africa, and this video is about collaboration, a global collaboration. I'm collaborating with Dr. Madhvi from ESC institution. It's whereby she is teaching my learners how to communicate in English. So we include English because we are arts and non-STEM. So we are including other subjects to our presentation. So Dr. Mavi was teaching our learners how to speak English and how to communicate. So we know that we have a gap of languages to our learners. So to be able to communicate in English before they go to technology, they have to know English. So we make the foundation of speaking English to our learners so they can be able to communicate effectively in technology. Remember that English boosts learners' confidence. And again, our learners, we are empowering them to be the global citizenship. So that's why we are collaborating with the School of India, which is under Dr. Madhvi. We can all search Dr. Madhvi on your Google, YouTube, you will find her. She's making a very interesting English classes and communication.
Okay, with that regard, VR and learning and its impact continued, virtual reality takes learning one step further by creating immersive learning experiences, which we'll show you now as well. So learners can also explore environments from the comfort of their classrooms, from galleries to safaris as well, including like different types of locations, especially if it's linked to history as well. Okay, so VR also prepares learners for futures where digital and technological skills are increasingly more important. So let's have a look. Okay, over to you, Althea.
Good afternoon, colleagues. So we are looking at virtual classrooms. What the virtual classroom enables is our learners to go beyond the textbook, beyond the classroom in an immersive way. So learners are able to go to see the solar system. They can investigate and explore different ecosystems, different animals. They can even do complex experiments all in the safety of their classroom. With this immersive experience, it promotes experiential learning, which CAPS promotes as it enhances understanding. These are subjects like science, technology, geography, that these virtual reality experience really can help learners construct their own knowledge. Promoting equality. The nice thing about the virtual reality experience is that all learners are experiencing the same immersive environment. Learners with physical disabilities, they can go and explore space without needing any assistance from anybody. They don't feel the burden of having somebody having to push them around. Careers that was once male-driven, our female learners can now explore and look into engineering, accessing resources, seeing what it is all about. So it promotes equal opportunities for all learners, irrespective of their race, their sex, their ability, all of that. So virtual reality cuts out all the inequalities, right? But we must always remember that technology enhances our teaching. We cannot take pedagogy away from technology. It only enhances that. So unless you as educator or any professional really goes into and investigates what you are presenting, we can still regenerate the same biases that appear. So we need to be intentional planners of our content, right? So just a reminder that it does not automatically remove bias.
From electrodes, combining this with the convincing virtual reality of climbing Mount Everest.
Okay, so what do you feel like this might be able to do in your rehabilitation?
Well, Jordan, it makes it realistic. Like I'm looking at a couple of guys climbing ahead of me. I'm seeing the flags blowing in the wind there. I'm seeing snow and ice fall down in front of me. And, you know, I'm starting to feel that I'm actually there.
So you're seeing a climbing.
I'm less thinking about what I'm doing and it's just sort of happening. And I am getting stronger as a result.
He gets an effective all-body workout to build muscle.
There's a lot of physical exertion going on here and I can feel it. I'm breathing harder than I was before. But now, because I'm throwing an ice pick into some ice and climbing up a rope, it is actually meaning something to me.
Yeah.
As well as this exercise, there appears to be something else going on between Angus's brain and body. He's beginning to move his feet on his own.
Try it again, that Angus. Crank it. Yes. That is unbelievable, really.
There is something tiny getting.
So this is just a practical example of how VR can be used with disabled people, and there are so many more examples as well. So this is just an example, and I'm just going to hand over to Althea once more.
Righto. So what does it look like in a classroom? We've seen what it looks like in the real life for medical reasons. In the classroom, yes, sometimes it looks like We've just replaced a TV. Learners are sitting with a screen on their faces. But what is really happening? And I want you to just look at the 4 learners in front of you. They are just there. So our learners won't all have an opportunity to go on a safari. Some of our learners have never seen the ocean. This is a perfect way of taking them there, and they don't need to leave their classroom, right? So, from that immersive experience, like I said, we go from the screen and then we need to have the learners construct knowledge. So we move from the VR experience into our Canva classroom. In our Canva classroom, there is activities and resources preloaded for the learners, which promotes the 5E learning experience, where learners engage using VR. They then explore, they explain different concepts, and they elaborate. What is nice with this is it also promotes collaboration or integration across subjects. It's not just focusing on one. So language comes in, mathematics comes in, geography, natural science, all these different things is incorporated in one method. And this transition deepens their conceptual understanding, helping them build their knowledge. So what would it look like moving from the VR goggles into a Google Classroom? So in your LMS, whether it is Google Classroom, Canva Classroom, or any other thing, there would be a prompt for the learners. Click on the elephant to learn more. So now we are taken to our classroom where a range of activities will pop up. These activities is based on different levels. So we have our easy activities where we're just recalling. I just want to click on that. So here's just a simple activity. What animals is in the wildlife? But they can take it further. They can go visit some more animals. Thank you. They can learn some more facts about elephants. They can find out how to conserve the animals. As we know, there is hunting, there is trunks being taken, elephants are being killed. To ensure we don't lose them to extinction, promote that. At the end of the lesson, there's an exit ticket where the learners have a knowledge check to see what did you learn. So learners are kind of forced to really engage with the content. It's not just sitting back, watching a nice video, and there we go. Okay? So it's moving from the VR to constructing knowledge. My colleague Fatima here will just quickly show you how to use Canva so that you can also get these resources.
Back again, just to conclude, this is our demonstration of how teachers and learners can create digital learning content using Canva. And just a fun fact that you guys can actually get Canva Pro as teachers with your SACE certificates. Okay, yes, so I hope you guys do know that, yes. Okay, so yeah, you allowed to make things like presentations, posters, as well as interactive resources. So these designs can then be integrated into virtual learning environments too, especially to support immersive and creative learning. So by combining VR with tools like Canva especially, educators can create engaging lessons that encourage exploration and creativity as well. Not only that, and also a deeper understanding. Thank you very much, and that is all. I hope you guys don't have any questions. Yeah.
There is a question there at the back. Where's Pinky? You can give another Pinky the microphone.
Greetings, colleagues. Thank you so much for an outstanding presentation. I'm very interested on the virtual reality tools that learners were using in the classroom. Like, I just want to know how much they cost and where can I get them.
Good day again. It's 165. Take a lot. Yes.
Sorry.
Sure?
I just
saying no.
I just also want to say that if you have a good relationship with your e-learning advisors, you can ask them if they can arrange, because with our schools, we arrange that doesn't buy it. We borrow through the e-learning advisor, so you can use it for free, and the apps that we use with the VR learning is free. You get paid ones, but also free ones. But I mean, for 165, imagine the cost of a bus having to take a learner out, a peer assistant to help that learner with physical abilities, so you are saving costs in the long run.
Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. Colleagues, the arts and STEM arts and non-STEM is one of that team that showed us that they actually were telling me that they were working throughout every week. They were meeting twice a week in the evenings. You will see all of them. Actually, all groups, actually. Let me not say only arts and non-STEM. All groups. All of them. They were working online. And then I will hear that, no, when we jump out of this one, we go in there at 8 o'clock. Every single day, they will be jumping out of the meeting 8 o'clock. And we want to thank you, colleagues, for putting so much into your presentations. So we have saved 15 minutes. We are going for lunch now. Oh, let me recognize the best teacher in the country for 2025, Mr. Tulani Sibia. He's here. Yes. How am I not recognizing Tulani? Oh, Tulani just. Yeah, that's what we do. We want you to be able to ask him questions, to say, how did you do it? So that we can also get a car. So you can ask him that question. But however, colleagues, we can meet. Our lunch is at first floor. The first floor is within the building, so you can just go out the stairs, elevators, press 1, and then that will be our lunch. And according to the program, we are supposed to be coming back at exactly 2 o'clock. So indeed, we will come back at 2 o'clock after lunch. But if you can make it before, then just 15 minutes before 2, it will be advisable, colleagues, for all of us. So let's go out for lunch and come back just 1:45 to 2. Thank you.